car,
never,
never,
eyes,
eyes,
you,
you,
Dispatch medic 3, you can show us clear in available quarters.
good,
odd,
quarters,
quarters,
111, make it a response fire only code, one
cast,
in the 500
cast,
location,
location,
king,
North Santa
kin,
Rosa and North San Sabbath. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1.
negative,
111, make
Negative.
a fire only code, one response in the 500 block of West Houston Street,
1,
Cross Street, North
One.
Santa Rosa and North San Sabbath. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1.
street,
street,
Bryce,
Bryce,
street,
street,
Medic 18,
You.
other units,
You.
make MDC fire only between 1450
later,
later,
Respond on TAC 6, Delta 6.
street,
street,
Make MDC fire only between 1451 and 1699 Ackerman Road, Cross Street, Beacock Road, and Bicentennial Drive. Respond on TAC 6,
truck,
Delta 6.
truck,
Target from Sender 150. Sender 150. Sir, you can show Sender 150. Native 9, respond with other units. Yeah, one station fire only between 1451 and 1699 Ackerman Road, Cross Street.
Street.
street,
driver,
Respond on TAC.
driver,
Delta 6. Native 9, respond with other units. Make MDC between 1451 and 1699 Ackerman Road, Cross Street, Beacock Road, and Bicentennial Drive. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 6.
CIA.
CIA.
I.
I.
Medic 125, respond for
Street.
a call or a
Street.
person. Delwell Boulevard at Cropland Way, number is 577, Bravo 5, time is 1619. That's for Medic 125. Respond on EMS 5. Female, female, gratifying
You.
day to day.
You.
Years.
Pound.
Falling over a couple of times.
Pound.
Delaware Boulevard and Cropland Way, number 577, Bravo 5. 1619, verifying car respond on EMS 125. With other units, make MBC fire over between 1451 and 1699 Ackerman Road.
Go.
Go.
And Bicentennial Drive. Respond on tap.
Good.
Ud.
Native 18, respond with other units, make MBC fire only.
Medic 517, 31 minutes.
And 1699. The Tranquil Road today. Cross Street, Dietrich Road, and Bicentennial Drive.
All units to debris, visit and rest where
Complete property damage only. 16.
Eat.
Eat.
Negative.
Negative.
Minute.
Minute.
Three.
3.
ESC 2007. It's going to be 3322 IH69 at the Heritage West Mobile Home Park. Lot number 5.
Thank you.
Should be working off the Fire Dispatch 1621.
Microwave hearing response system. Cheers.
Cheers.
One.
1.
1114.
I.
I.
Just to clarify,
Touch.
San Marcos
Touch.
King.
hit send
King.
thing is repo.
So we can send a hit, or they need some type of confirmation from Texas State. Got it
I.
repoed.
I.
Yeah, for standby. I'm waiting on a call back from Texas State.
Yeah.
1.
1.
Doing status. Go for it.
Medic 9 for Medic 18.
Tax.
Tax.
Medic 18, go ahead. Hey, brother, they keep switching us around. They put us back on and took
Car.
it off.
Car.
So it looks like y'all here. Y'all gonna take it or y'all gonna take it? 11.
Thank you.
No, I'm talking.
Between 1451 and 1699 Ackerman Road, Cross Street, Dietrich Road, and Bicentennial Drive. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 6.
11, anyone, clear driver.
Respond with other units. Make MDC fire only between 1451 and 1699 Ackerman Road, Cross Street, Dietrich Road, and Bicentennial Drive. Respond on fact 6, Delta 6. Engine 41, make MDC fire only between 7501 and 7599 Castle Road, Cross Street, Wilder, and Park Vista Drive. Respond on fact 6, Delta 3. Engine 41, make MDC fire only between 7501 and 7599 Castle Road, Cross Street, Wilder, and Park Vista Drive. Respond on fact 6, Delta 3. Medic 5, make a sick person, 1834 Burnett Street, Cross Street, North Beaver Street.
Operator 13, Engine 13 for Helmet, Circle Pole, ESC 1308.
Delta 6.
It's going to be 1845 Caribbean, 24 Caribbean, Cross Street of Flower Bluff, and Rocher.
Street,
Street working off of Fire Dispatch 1625.
Delta 6.
What's up, people of the internet? Alright, so y'all check this harebrained idea out, y'all. I'm telling y'all, it blows my mind. I've done this as a joke just to make a video for y'all. I mean, this is something I thought about. Oh, I never expected it to sound this good, I'm telling y'all. Play y'all an old school song? I'm gonna put this on 15. Y'all, this blows my mind for real. Y'all, this is 15 on a radio that goes up to 40. Y'all watch this. Blows my mind, I can't believe it. Everything's rattling, but it's not the speaker, it's the Tahoe. The doors and stuff are open. Y'all, that's hitting so hard to be on 15 for real. Y'all, that's crazy. Y'all go, let me know what you think. I will do a video of it full tilt. What's up, people of the internet? Alright, so y'all check this harebrained.
To continue, here's more from Fox 7 Austin's Meredith Aldis.
The daughter of Gloria Lofton says to her the case isn't closed. APD says otherwise. Austin police say their investigation into serial killer Raul Mesa is over. Last year, Mesa accepted a plea deal, agreeing to 2 life sentences in exchange for confessing to killing Gloria Lofton in 2019 and Jesse Fraga in 2023. He had previously spent time in jail for the 1982 murder of 8-year-old Kendra Page. Despite his new sentence, Austin police told Fox 7 last October criminal investigations were continuing.
We still have 4 cases that we're still waiting for DNA testing to come back on to determine if we have any linkage to him or not.
A year later, APD says there are no known links to other cases.
When I found out that they reopened it, I was excited, I was elated. I was like, yes, let's do this. And for a whole year, it seems like they just kind of gave us false hope.
Christina Foltz, Gloria Lofton's daughter, finding out the case is closed through a text.
You could have done it better, so do better.
She says she still has questions.
It took away the hope that we thought that they were doing some actual digging and got the Secret Service involved. and then it got taken away from us. I don't understand. And they never explained to us why. So we would like to know still.
Foltz says she's still pushing for other cold cases to be looked into for the victims' families.
Those people still need answers. They might not get all of it, but I know what it feels like to get that answer and have some sort of a closure. And it's important also to make sure that the people, other than Raul himself, the accountability also from the Austin police and from the DA.
APD says Mesa's DNA is on file and the cold case unit can run those tests if necessary. Reporting from APD headquarters, Meredith Aldis, Fox 7 Austin News.
In Copper's Cove, about an hour outside of Austin, a couple has been accused of moving out of their home and leaving their 12-year-old son behind. Police say back on October 17th, the child came home from school to an empty, cleaned-out apartment. The 12-year-old reportedly told officers his mother, Erica Sanders, and her boyfriend, Kevin Adams, previously said they'd be moving at some point in the future. According to police, when he was interviewed, Adams complained about the 12-year-old. An arrest affidavit says the couple refused to give an address once Child Protective Services got in touch with them. Both have been charged with abandoning or endangering a child without intent to return. Two people who came into the country illegally have been arrested in connection to a murder. A woman's body was found off of Research Boulevard earlier in the month. Fox 7 Austin's Meredith Aldis has more.
Roman Ramos works at the tire shop off Research Boulevard.
At times when I open up the shop and I always look out here, I don't know what to expect or what to find.
On October 6th, he found a body. The woman, 43-year-old Mary Gonzalez, was lying in the woods behind the shop. Austin police say the night before, they pulled over a man named Enrique Gomez Urbina, a little over a mile away, for not stopping at a stop sign. Police say in his car they found open Modelo bottles, a Glock, and ammunition. Back at the scene, surveillance footage showed a car matching Gomez Urbina's pull up to where the body was found about an hour before he was pulled over.
I think my husband saw our car come through. And that was after we had dinner, so that was like late.
On the ground, investigators found Modelo bottles and a spent cartridge case from the same ammunition found in the car. The 21-year-old tried to run away, but was arrested and charged with murder and resisting arrest. His, quote, associate, 48-year-old Jesus Llanos Yanez, also tried to run, but was caught. He's undocumented and wanted by federal authorities in Mexico for a weapons charge. He's being extradited to Mexico. Gomez Urbina also illegally entered the U.S. on an unknown date and location. He has an immigration detainer pending the homicide investigation. ICE officials say, quote, President Trump and Secretary Noem will not allow criminal aliens to walk freely on U.S. streets. ICE will continue to prioritize public safety by arresting and removing alien offenders from the U.S. Gomez Urbina remains in the Travis County Jail on a $254,000 bond. Meredith Aldis, Fox 7 Austin Crime Watch.
Central Texas vape shop is looking for answers after thieves broke into two of their stores. The suspects got in by ramming a car through the front of the building. Fox 7 Austin's Marco Bittnell has that story.
It could be devastating for people. I mean, this could wipe out somebody.
The moments a car came crashing through the front of a Cedar Park vape store, all a part of a daring break-in.
But you're so heartbroken because they just took something away from you.
Lacey Hobble is the owner of Drip and Rip Vapes, which on Monday was still reeling after being the victim of a smash and grab. It was around 3 a.m. Monday morning when store footage captured a car barreling through the front of the store. Several suspects making their way inside, not grabbing cash, but quickly making their way out with bags of vapes.
We don't even think they were in here 3 minutes in this store.
But this isn't the first time that Drip and Rip has dealt with this. Just a week ago, their Pflugerville store was broken into the exact same way.
And what was also similar with these break-ins was the sort of product they were after, nicotine disposables. Over $3,000 worth stolen here in Cedar Park, another $8,000 in Pflugerville.
Through a September 1st statewide ban, all nicotine vapes from China are now illegal, eliminating most disposable vapes from the Texas market.
But now that they're not easy to get in Texas, shipments are being held up, these kids are really wanting their vapes, and this is the outcome.
Hobble says the theft of product, along with damages at both stores, has left them out over $50,000.
Insurance isn't going to cover it. We're high risk, so they don't really cover vape shops, just because they know it's a possibility for you to get broken into.
But the break-ins aren't keeping shops down. With boards covering the Cedar Park store and the front door replaced, the store is up and running just hours later.
And we were ready to go by 10 o'clock for them to be here. We were serving vapes out of a big open hole in the buildings.
Hobble says Cedar Park detectives told her Drip and Rip is not alone, and the other stores have been broken into the exact same way. Just down the street on Cypress Creek Road, wooden boards covering the front of Booze Works Liquor after a car rammed through the front of their building. Now Hobble is hoping the suspects can be caught soon before another store is a victim.
Without any care in the world, they just broke it. And if they're not caught, they're going to do it again.
Teenagers are recovering after an Austin police officer shot at him. The officer claims the 16-year-old was involved in a drive-by shooting just minutes before. Fox 7 Austin's Meredith Aldis has that story.
An Austin police officer is following this car full of young men in North Austin.
He just shot at someone on the curb. Someone's down at North Gate and Rumberg.
The officer said he just saw this car involved in a drive-by shooting.
He witnessed a passenger pull a gun out of the passenger side window and fire. It appeared to the officer that he struck a person on the sidewalk fell to the ground.
The officer then followed the car. You can see the officer push the button to put on his overhead light.
The people in the car did say they knew the police were behind them, but his lights and signs were not activated. The car slowed, made a right-hand turn. The officer exited his vehicle, gave commands for the car to stop. The car continued slowly turning.
Stop! Austin police! Right now.
I'm looking at this and looking at all the things I know. There was still a threat in his mind that this person could either, if they got away, could shoot someone else. Were they coming back around to shoot the person that they had just shot at? What was going on inside that vehicle?
The car kept going for about a block. It was later found with a 16-year-old inside. He had been shot in the neck. The other 4 people in the car ran away. 3 of them were caught, a 23-year-old, a 17-year-old, and a 14-year-old. Police are still looking for one more person. Chief Davis says when they went back to find the person who was believed to be on the sidewalk after being shot, they didn't find anyone, but they did find ballistic evidence. Meredith Aldis, Fox 7 Austin News.
2 people were injured after Austin police say there was a fight with a machete across the street from City Hall. Here's more on that story from Fox 7 Austin's Jenna King.
Around 10 p.m. Monday, Austin police received reports of 2 people fighting with a large machete-style knife. When officers arrived, they found one person stabbed. Shortly after, another victim was also found with stab wounds. Both were taken to the hospital.
I feel like there's machetes and stabbings or someone with a knife or something by the water, things going on at Rainy all the time. So I'm not shocked. Unfortunately,
data from APD shows since the start of the year, there have been 10 aggravated assaults, 8 robberies, and 15 burglaries within 4 blocks of City Hall. Last year, there were 135 aggravated assaults reported citywide, compared to 90 so far this year. And just across the water, police say crime is also a concern.
That area kind of specifically right along Town Lake. Like that's where we do tend to see a fair amount of activity that occurs along the shores, both the north and the south shore of Town Lake, where, again, violent crime can happen. We've had instances, like you said, involving, again, knife attacks, machete-style attacks, shootings, and stabbings that have all occurred along the hike and bike trail.
Some in the community say the news is unsettling so close to home.
That kind of just ruined my night hearing that, because yeah, that's super scary. I think it's a very walkable city. I know people don't like to say that about Austin, but I mean, you look around, the streets are filled, so it's definitely concerning and definitely something that's not gonna make me sleep easy at night, knowing that happened.
I'm a very independent person. I never feel scared or I never have hesitations being alone, but I will not walk alone at night downtown, especially by the water. And if I do, I have pepper spray in my bag and a pocket knife at all times.
Police say the case remains an open and ongoing investigation. Right now, it's unclear what led up to the altercation.
Awareness and personal safety is something that everyone should keep at the front of their minds. The department, officers, we want to preserve the ethos of our city to where it is a safe place for people to be. The reality is it has become more dangerous.
Well, a wild brawl was caught on camera at a Whataburger on the north side of San Antonio. 7 people were arrested in this fight. San Antonio police say it happened on October 5th at 3 in the morning. 2 parties started arguing about a mix-up of orders. You can see a woman punching another woman on the counter. Then several men piled on, joining the brawl. San Antonio police say, fortunately, no major injuries were reported. All 7 of these suspects were booked for assault. Well, back in August, Pflugerville police announced they'd arrested 4 people in connection to 2 missing and murdered men in 2021. We're now hearing from the victims' families as the criminal cases work their way through the court system. Fox 7 Austin's Angela Shen has more.
18-year-old Elijah Stark and 39-year-old Jared Crispin, who were roommates, were both reported missing in mid-October of 2021. They were found murdered weeks later. Elijah's mother, Beth Clark, spoke to Fox 7 from West Virginia. She knew everyone in the house Elijah moved into when he was 18.
He would have gave you the shirt off of his back. He loved women. He was a protector. He wanted to protect everybody. He was a great kid. He had a good heart.
She says he wanted to join the Army.
He had a big, bright future ahead of him, and it sucks that he's not here with us today, but he is in spirit, and I believe that in my heart that he still is with me.
She describes a difficult time during the murder investigation that spanned years.
I'm his mother, so I felt him take his last breath. So I kind of knew that he was gone, and that was an agonizing 4 years of not knowing what happened to my kid.
Pflugerville police say 39-year-old Philip Jones and 39-year-old Rico Huey are both charged with murder and 2 counts of tampering with evidence to impair a corpse. 32-year-old Michael Leon Randall and 28-year-old Jacob Stillwell were both charged with tampering with evidence. Stillwell has already been convicted and is serving 15 years in prison. The affidavit says Stillwell said he choked Elijah because of the people he owed money to. Elijah's body was found wrapped in a blanket on November 6th of 2021 in a field in Taylor.
Man, you took my heart from me. You took everything. Like, you could have took me instead of him. He had such a bright future. I don't understand why you chose him.
For Crispin, the paperwork says Jones and Huey lured him out of his room by claiming Stillwell was having a seizure. Huey attacked him with pepper spray and an extension cord before they put him in a trunk. He died of carbon monoxide poisoning. His body was found on October 20th in Memphis after the suspects drove him there. Well, Clark says it's partly a relief that there were arrests. It's not over until there are convictions.
It's excruciating. I just want it to be
Microwave
over.
hearing response
I want my
system.
kid to be able to rest. I want it to be all over. I want them to get sentenced. I want them to have to deal with what they've done.
Angela Shen, Fox 7 Austin News.
Georgetown man's been convicted for dealing fentanyl-laced cocaine in connection to a Cedar Park man's death. The jury found 46-year-old John Harrison Lamb Jr. guilty of delivery of a controlled substance following a trial this month. This conviction stems from an investigation into the 2022 death of a Cedar Park man who was found dead in his home after a welfare call. Lamb reportedly admitted to police he sold the drugs to the victim. He's set to be sentenced on November 6th.
Them.
A Houston woman recently lost
Understand.
$4,000 in an elaborate bank scheme. She's one of dozens who have come forward sharing a similar experience. Randy Wallace with our sister station, Fox 26 in Houston, has more.
September the 15th, you went to Wells Fargo Bank, and you did what? You deposited a $10,000 check. That's a check you got from your ex-husband's life insurance.
Correct.
9 hours later, you get a phone, or you get a text.
I get a text.
Telling you what?
That do I recognize this $4,600 transaction? And I jumped up out of bed. And I ran and got my phone. And I immediately called the customer service and to
the
tell
number
them
that you had in your phone for the bank.
For the bank. And I called and I told her it was some It was money taken out of my account, and that was not me.
You were told they were going to close the account.
They told me they're going to freeze my card. I can no longer use my card, and they're going to freeze my account.
The next morning, you realized that that amount of money, that more than $4,000 was taken from your savings account, put into your checking account. Did you do that?
No, I didn't.
And somebody took the money.
Yeah, somebody took my money.
And Wells Fargo is basically saying what? That you did it.
Yeah, pretty much.
A spokesperson for Wells Fargo tells us the bank is continuing to investigate. Randy Wallace, Fox 26 News.
Yeah, we were told after he reached out to a Wells Fargo spokesperson, Randy Wallace, the woman did get all of her money back. All right, we appreciate you watching this latest edition of the Fox 7 Austin Crime Watch digital exclusive. Remember, our Crime Watch stories run each Monday on Fox 7 Austin News at 9. For more on the stories highlighted in this episode, you can head to our website, fox7austin.com. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox 7 Austin YouTube channel. And you can also download our Fox Local
Microwave
apps for
hearing
free and
response
stream our
system.
newscast and content on your phone, as well as on connected TV apps like Roku and Apple TV.
Medic 1 ESV 1006 1006 final contact on North Stables Street in Messina Street, North Stables in Messina. I'll show you working off of sorry dispatch 1644.
17.
17.
Call.
Call.
51, make unknown, fire only, days of all road, cross street, IH-10 west, and IH-10W northbound, respond on pack 6, Delta 4, platform 51, make unknown, fire only, days of all road, cross street, IH-10 west, and IH-10W northbound, respond on pack 6, Delta
Service.
4.
Service.
Hey, but just FYI, it's going to be the south gate, and it's going to be, you're going to turn right before
Abused.
you get through the entrance.
Abused.
Street.
Street.
South gate,
Dell.
turn right before you.
Dell.
Three.
3.
51, make unknown,
Good.
fire only,
Good.
days of all road, cross street, IH-10 west, and IH-10W northbound,
Street.
respond
Street.
on pack 6, Delta
Pound.
4,
Pound.
51, make unknown, fire only, days of all road, cross street, IH-10 west, and IH-10W northbound, respond on pack 6,
Pound.
Delta 4.
Pound.
I.
I.
Medic 35, Medic 33, and Engine 44, make a cardiac arrest, 7722
AC.
Westland, Cross Street,
AC.
Hackamore Lane, and dead end, respond on TAC 7, Delta 3. medic 35, medic 33, and engine
Aye.
44, make a cardiac arrest, 7722 Westland, cross streets, Hackamore Lane, and get in. Respond on TAC 7, Delta 3.
Street.
Street.
Dell.
Dell.
Street.
Street.
I.
I.
Question.
Question.
Cats.
Cats.
Service.
Service.
5401 Wharton Street, Site 401 Wharton. I'll show you working. I'll provide dispatch 1650.
Thank you.
Squad 46. First
Microwave
responder,
hearing response
Texas
system.
Police Medical First Responder, East Frontier Boulevard and Cardio Boulevard. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 5. Squad 46. First responder, make assist police medical first responder, East Frontier Boulevard
Catamaran.
and Cardio Boulevard.
Catamaran.
Respond on TAC 6, Delta 5.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Medic 46 and ladder 46. First responder, Mickey Fall, 19,922 Encino Ridge, Cross Streets, Encino Loop, and Encino Loop. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 5. Medic 46 and ladder
Aye.
46. First responder, Mickey Fall, 19,922 Encino
Aye.
Ridge, Cross
Aye.
Streets, Encino Loop, and Encino Loop. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 5.
Grankle's content. Microwave hearing response system. Okay.
Okay.
You.
You.
I.
I.
Anyone right at empty? Getting out of 32.4.
Iconal.
Iconal.
Stat.
Stat.
I.
I.
One.
One.
Video.
Video.
You.
You.
Play.
Play.
Station 159, respond for a motor vehicle crash involving a bike-carrying vehicle at the intersection of Worsbrook Road and Exchange Parkway. Units respond on Fireground 6, your time out is 1657. For Station 159, respond for a motor vehicle crash with a bike-carrying vehicle at the intersection of Worsbrook Road and Exchange Parkway. Units respond on Fireground 6, your time out is 1658. TKW 90 Bear County Fire.
16, make a psychiatric code 1 response, 1303 Chalmers Avenue,
Call.
Cross Street,
Call.
Leonard Street, and Leonard. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 2.
Never.
Never.
Copy Medic 159 responding.
PD.
PD scan.
0.
0.
Venture.
Venture.
Street.
Street.
Thank you.
Female conscious and breathing said that she fell around 2 p.m. and crossed the front porch. She's saying that she's outside. Medics are on scene. They're requesting PD and animal control to the location. No other information. Charlie, just Never.
There's an unrestrained dog. We're not able to access the patient without the forces by the dog.
1114.
1114. We're about to clear. I'm going to give you a call.
Copy. F1.
Medic 45, Vic breathing problems, 1251 Butler Drive, Cross Street, Rich Trade, and Pheasant. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 3, Medic 45, Vic breathing problems, 1251 Butler Drive, Cross Street, Rich Trade, and Pheasant. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 3.
I just want to verify on the PD side as well, the wanting to know reason. Is it going to be the same reason for the unrestrained dog being aggressive?
Medic 13, Megan Weak and Dizzy, 310 Wilkins, Cross Street, Comstock Avenue, and Roosevelt Avenue. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1. Medic 13, Megan Weak and Dizzy, 310 Wilkins, Cross Street, Comstock Avenue, and Roosevelt Avenue. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1.
The pioneer Victor 4870, Huntington Freight Victor 4870, not new for reset. Copy.
1105 is the trailer. 123 in Cordova, Mary George Sam 3171. Mary George Sam 3171. 1130 trailer.
10-5-2, I'll go ahead and show you.
1130.
Epic on 30 at the 492 northbound. David Frank 5 for 889. Frank 5 Victor 889.
Can you read every your location?
492 northbound.
Respond on TAC 6, Delta 3, Engine 35, make a lift assist engine or ladder code 1 response, 818 Green Park, Cross Street, Woodland Park, and South Brownleaf Drive. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 3. Medic 16, and Squad 11, first responder, make a chest pain, 217 East Thompson Place, Cross Street, Gainer Street, and Garland Street. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 2.
1105 East Place, July 2026, 2018, Toyota Avalon 4-door, Green Color Toyota Martinez out of San Antonio, insurance is confirmed. Hello.
Gainer Street, and Garland Street. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 2.
Microwave hearing response system.
1130, your turn for David Frank 54, Victor 889. Return.
Engine 45, making fire alarm, 615 Sanderling, Cross Street, Adenter, and Snow Goose.
Read.
Respond on
Read.
TAC 1, Delta 3. Engine 45, making fire alarm, 615 Sanderling, Cross Street,
AC.
Adenter, and Snow Goose.
AC.
Del.
Respond on TAC
Del.
1,
King.
Delta 3.
King.
Task.
Task.
Engine 24, make a lift assist engine or ladder code 1 response, 8700 Coast Oak Lane, Unit 114, Cross Street, Northwood Charles, and Hitching Post. Respond on TAC 6,
Heath.
Delta
Heath.
7. Engine 24, make a lift assist engine or ladder code 1 response, 8700
Question.
Coast Oak Lane,
Question.
Unit 114,
Hello there, will you clear line, good night, return.
Northwood Charles, and Hitching Post.
Yes.
Respond on TAC 6, Delta 7.
Copy.
$11.14 or so. Second search.
1114, I copy.
Vision.
Vision.
Wine.
Wine.
Joking.
Joking.
I.
I.
Unit.
Unit.
Later.
Later.
Station 115, respond for a 75-year-old male,
Bugs.
difficulty breathing
Bugs.
at 8220 Level Bend, cross street of Shoreline Drive, units respond in
RTA.
Your timeout is 7 p.m.
RTA.
For station 115, respond for a 75-year-old male, difficulty breathing at
Aye.
8220 Level Bend, cross street of Shoreline Drive, units respond on EMS 5.
Keen.
Your timeout is
Keen.
1706, KKW 980, verify fire.
Difficulty.
Difficulty.
Share.
Share.
See you on Medic 1.
Medic 1.
Stat.
Stat.
Anyone clear Sandy will be darted out around back to city.
111 from Medic 16, no cancel.
We're going to check
Real time.
Real time.
Unit.
Unit.
Copy Medic 115, driver responding.
Share.
Pound 0
Share.
999, pound 0999.
1.
1.
Kill him, third click up.
Location.
Location.
Pound.
Pound.
High status.
Pound.
Pound.
0.
0.
Medic 31 and engine 43. First responder, make an overdose or poisoning. 1440 West Bitters Road, Building 6,
By.
Unit
By.
607. Cross Street,
Poison.
Leopard Road,
Poison.
Unit.
Unit.
Delta 5, Medic 31 and engine 4. First responder,
Del.
make an overdose or
Del.
poisoning. 1440 West Bitters Road, Building 6, Unit
Them.
607.
M.
Cross Street,
Poison.
Leopard Road,
Poison.
Sailing.
Respond on
Salient.
Unit.
6, Delta
Unit.
5. Medic 7 and engine 7.
Flight.
Respond on task.
Flight.
Station 139, respond for a 87-year-old male having
I.
severe eye pain
I.
at 4366 Rock Hill Summer Road, cross streets of Bentley
You.
Manor and
You.
Forney Castle. Units respond on EMS 4, your timeout is 1710. For Station 139, respond for a 87-year-old male having severe eye pain at 8366 Rock Hill
Task.
Summer Road, cross
Task.
streets of Farn Castle
You.
and Bentley Manor.
Street.
Units respond on EMS
Street.
4, your timeout is 1710. Taking W90
Stat.
Bear County Fire.
Stat.
Street.
Street.
Cast.
Cast.
Copy Medic 139 Bravo responding.
Brother.
Brother.
I.
I.
1105 is the traffic.
I.
I.
Traffic.
1105, go ahead.
Traffic.
I.
I.
don't know.
William King 8874.
Make an unconscious
William King
taking
8874.
north Morris
123
Street and Colega Road. Respond on TAC 6. Delta 1. Made a 10. Make an unconscious taking north Morris Street and Colega Road. Respond on TAC 6. Delta 1.
Station 173, respond for a 32-year-old male with cut to his face after an assault at 310 Heights Valley, Cross Street, Valley Crossing, Victor Way. Units respond on EMS 1, your seat is now secure, timeout 1712. Station 173, assist EMS with a 32-year-old male cut to his face after an assault at 8310 Heights Valley, Cross Street, Valley Crossing, Venture Way. Units respond on EMS 1, your scene is now secure, timeout 1712.
Medic 4, make a sick person, One Haven for Hope Way, Building 6, Cross Street, Harvard Way, North Trio. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1. Medic 4, make a sick person, One Haven for Hope Way, Building 6, Cross Street, Harvard Way, and North Trio. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1. Engine 27, make a vehicle fire, 114 Patchett, Cross Street, Royal Accord, and Hillcrest Drive. Respond on TAC 1, Delta 8. Engine 27, make a vehicle fire, 114 Patchett, Cross Street, Royal Accord, and Hillcrest Drive. Respond on TAC 1, Delta 8.
326 Cheyenne, 326 Cheyenne, acknowledge substitute.
1151 Trevor. Medic 115 Bravo.
151. Medical 15 Bravo.
Okay, just do a cardiac arrest and get Rider 115 en route.
Copy 115, cardiac arrest.
Nora Robert Lincoln 5564. Nora Robert Lincoln 5564. 9200 block, State Highway 123 North.
August 2022, 2020, Christi 300 white in color. 32 Squadron, I want to make a work. Insurance is confirmed. Passion verified meeting work.
And S1 Road Drive. Respond on track 6. Delta 7. Squad 24. Make a sick person. Fire only code 1 response. 3400 Northeast Parkway. Building 8. Unit 814. Cross Street. Harry Werthersbach. And S1 Belt Drive.
Copy LT expiring August 2026 for 2024 Lexus block in color. Ramona Lee Scott out of Civil negative 1. Insurance is confirmed.
Hello, this is Dan. Nice to meet you.
Whoever seen us.
Wire block plantation.
Copy. Medic 159, and you want that in Bravo Fire Dispatch background 6.
Please ensure for a refusal will be sent shortly.
Copy, secure, obtaining refusal, clearing momentarily.
Clear traffic.
Coming on the southbound lane headed toward downtown. There's
for me to be here today.
Thank you for being here, and we stand united with you and encourage our employees as well to get those screenings and stuff. So thank you. And we have this. Would you like to come up and take a picture with us? We would love to have you come forward. So yes. Yes.
Oh, you going down there? Okay.
We're find us on traffic.
I definitely get that.
123 in Woman Road. John North Hall 9797. John North Hall 9797.
You're doing good. We appreciate you being here. Yeah, oh, yes.
5 LP expires May 2026, 2016. Lincoln, 4 doors, silver color to a John James Buckley and a Anne Marie Buckley. Insurance confirmed, no one.
Looks so short back there. We'll wait. Item number 3, recognizing Pastor Steve Coronado of Solid Rock Church in recognition of 40 years in the ministry. So Priscilla's going to read that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Whereas Steve Coronado is the lead pastor and co-founder of Solid Rock Church in Corpus Christi, Texas, with a passionate heart to empower people to live purposeful, faith-filled lives. Pastor Steve is committed to helping others experience the transformation, power, and goodness of God. Whereas under his visionary leadership, Solid Rock Church has expanded to 2 campuses, offering 5 dynamic weekly worship experiences where lives are being changed through the presence of God. Pastor Steve also oversees FM 100.3 and InspireRadio.com, extending the church's reach and message through inspiring music and relevant teaching across the airwaves. Whereas in addition to his pastoral role, Pastor Steve is an acclaimed recording artist with 3 albums, Promesa, Alegría, and Gratitud, which reflect his passion for worship and his heart for God's people. His ministry through music continues to impact lives both locally and internationally. Whereas Pastor Steve holds both a bachelor's and master's degree in practical theology from Oral Roberts University, he and his wife Vivian live in Corpus Christi, where they enjoy life and ministry alongside their 2 daughters and son-in-law, all whom are actively involved in church leadership. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioner's Court of Nueces County, duly adopted by vote of the Commissioner's Court and Nueces County, Texas, on this 22nd day of October, 2025.
I'm going to make the motion to approve. I'll second by Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And I'm sure Commissioner Mottis wants to say a few words first before we go.
Definitely. Thank you, Judge. Pastor Steve has been an important part of the community and area close to where I grew up. And I was sharing with them earlier, remember it used to be a movie theater where the original church campus is, and now to see it flourish and expand is an honor and a blessing for our community to have that. And for a while there, I'd listen on the radio, I would, regularly, and I didn't realize that it was your wonderful wife, Vivian, who was the voice of the little tag on the radio of Inspire Radio. So we know that it's a family passion. It's a passion to be able to serve the community and bring those, to have those transformative lives, as it was mentioned in the resolution. And just thank you for being here today. It's our way just to honor and celebrate your ministry and the work that you've done for our community. Keep up the good work. We know that there's lives that continually need to be changed. And it's just, it's been wonderful to have you start this day. Powerful prayer to begin this day. We know we always need good prayer to get us going. And so you'll help, I think, bring some peace to us long before we even knew we needed it. So thank you, Pastor.
And thank you to your family. It sounds like your family has been instrumental behind you and very much involved too. We really appreciate their input. Thank you for your wife, lovely wife, being here today with you. We have this. If you would like to take a photo with us, we would love to take a picture with you as well.
No pressure, because you can't say no when they ask if you want to take a picture, right? So we just need you and our picture to make us look good.
Calling Mach 115 from Meg, 115 Bravo. Want to know ETA. This is Mach 115. I got a 2-minute ETA. You bring in your monitor. We're going to need dual sequential.
11:30.
Mach 115 received. 494 southbound with William George Henry 8704. William George Henry 8704. Hello, everyone. Clear drive.
Sorry. Ready, LP Friday, January 2027, 2025, Toyota Corolla 4-door, silver in color, 270, Gutierrez of San Antonio. Insurance is confirmed, trying to have no loss.
Callahan Road, respond on path 6, Delta 4, latest 95, Booker 6, Squad 37. First responder, make a weekend in the 9607 Barcelona. Cross Street.
Next up, we have our public comment section, and first signed up, we have Mike Culbertson. You realize it's 3 minutes. We can't answer questions or anything. I know you've done this before, but.
Good morning. Mike Culbertson, President and CEO of the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. So I've been watching Corpus Christi City Council, so I know how to do this, so don't worry. I applaud your idea of having a policy for TERS. I'm speaking on item 12. I can't be here for that portion, so I'm going to speak on it now. But I would like to talk about a couple of them. Number 18 on incentives, talking about layering and not having that. We, the EDC, have been doing incentives since I got there in 2009, but a young man. And layering is important because layering is the ability to not deplete a fund, and also layering allows other things. So one fund may help with infrastructure while other fund may help with quality of life, and they have different reasons and they do have different mandates. So I would just ask you to take a look at that and how important that is, and to not box yourself in. The next one is 19 is existing buildings and not having existing buildings in there. It's a TERS. Existing buildings are it. I was talking with an old friend who built the Dallas Opera House, and they were bidding on whether to do the Ritz. And he says there will probably be not another theater built because of the extreme cost of having to do a greenfield project like that. But renovating is so much cheaper, and that is what you're going to look at. And if we do a TERS in the west side, this is the exact same thing that you're going to have because there are existing buildings there that can be used with TERS. So I want you to take a look at number 19 also. So I thank you very much for your service. I know it's not, I know it can be fun at sometimes for the proclamations, and I know it can't be fun some other times, so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Hank Harrison.
Is it possible for me to wait until it's discussed?
Yes. You can speak at the item. Sarah Florence. Chief Clack.
Michael Clack, Nueces County ESD number 1 and ESD number 4. I just wanted to let the court know and the citizens know that we're going to be holding elections on November 4th pertaining to annexation of what we call no man's land. It's a large area of Nueces County that is unprotected by any fire or EMS, and we have been petitioned and requested by the citizens to annex those areas into existing ESDs to provide fire protection. What this means is that each resident of the current ESD has to vote to accept the new areas, and the people within the areas that live out there have to vote to become part of one of the ESDs. The boundaries have been drawn and submitted and is on the ballot. And what this will do is give a guaranteed fire and EMS protection to those areas that have been so long just bounced around, and we go when we can instead of being part of our respective districts. So just wanted to give you an update, let you know that was on the ballot, and let the citizens know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. There.
Could we get our assistants to get with Chief Clack and get a copy of those boundaries for all of us, please?
Sure. And if you're paying attention, or Teresa, write that down. Thank you. There's no one else that has signed up for public comment. I know our rules state you have to be here, but is there anyone who wishes to speak that didn't have the opportunity to sign up? There being none, we will move on to our consent agenda, or any commissioner has an item they wish to pull for further discussion from the consent agenda.
Judge, item G, as in go, please.
G. And there was one that was asked to bring. Item L. Then I will make the motion to pass the consent agenda excluding item G and L. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item G, Commissioner.
Judge, I simply needed to make this as a different motion. They submitted their report, but it was not what they needed to submit. So I just would like to approve this contingent upon them submitting their report, which I know they're working on. So as soon as that report is submitted, I would ask that the check be released upon receiving that report.
I'll second that motion if that is your motion. Yes, sir. Yes. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And on item L, I pulled, and I only pulled it for clarification because we had calls and I was asked to pull it. We're just approving applications. We are not voting on these yet. We don't have applications, but on the item 3, 4, and 5, they go by our policy rules and guidelines. I was asked to, even if I would read it out loud, and I think Peyton printed some copies of this in the back just to prepare everyone for December so that we all, it's not something we do every week here, so it's unfamiliar. We're getting more familiar with it. It's a policy and we need to stick with the policy and keep consistent. So we made it a little simpler. Step 1, each member of the Commissioners Court will nominate one applicant from the pool of consideration. That's the applicants that have applied. Number 2, each member will receive an allotment of 2 votes to cast. 2 votes is our policy. Members may not use all of their votes on one single applicant. You can't cast your 2 votes for your nominee. You have to vote for a separate person. They can choose to use the fewer votes. They can only choose to vote for one if they want to, but they lose that portion of their allotment if you only pick one name off there. Step 3.
Where are you reading it?
It's from our Commissioners Court policy. It's just a copy on here. They were just asked to show. We have it in our policy, and we printed it in the back. Step 3 in our policy says a nominee must receive at least 3 votes to be appointed. The nominees who reach this threshold first will be appointed to the open board seats. Step 4 is if any seats remain unfilled due to a tie or no nominee receiving the 3 or more votes, the Commissioners Court will conduct an additional round of voting among the remaining nominees. This process continues until all open seats are filled. And we only brought this up because we were called and asked to clarify. We were asked to pull this out and give this. The paper will be in the back. This is in our Nueces County Commissioners Court policy on how we appoint these specific boards. So now, we're not voting today, we're not voting next month. This will be in December. We're just trying to give everyone plenty of time to be prepared and have the information in front of them. So I will now make a motion to approve the application procedure for the following boards. Airport Advisory Board, Animal Services Board, and then the Hospital District Board of Managers, Corpus Christi RTA, and the Port of Corpus Christi.
I second, Judge, with some discussion.
Yes.
I know that our policy says 2 votes to cast, but on situations where there may be 3 vacancies, how do we...
Or 1 vacancy. You can't get 2 for 1. It should be based on
It's 2. The policy is 2, and we talked about this yesterday. I looked it up, and that's why we're doing this now, because there's even confusion among us. But if everybody gets 1 vote, then we all put a name on the board. You've got nobody gets 2 or 3 or 4. I mean, it was like you vote for your own person.
If he votes for one judge, and I want to vote for the same one, I shouldn't have to vote for somebody else because he already nominated me.
If you don't put a name on the board, but everybody gets to put 1 name on the board if we have, yes.
Right, but then
And then if we all put a name, you're assuming you're going to vote for your person you nominated. We are 1 vote each. Nobody has anything. Our policy, as written, that we approve, says 2 votes for each person.
Yeah, I'd like to go back and
see
see that, because I don't think that's what we approved. I don't think that got transcribed correctly. If we go back and look at the minutes, because it may, if you have 1 opening, then everybody should have 1 vote. If you have 2 openings, then you have 2 votes. And if there's 3 openings, then there'd be 3 votes. And so I don't remember us ever saying
up to 3 votes.
Up to 3 votes.
That's what I thought it was, and that's what we were doing.
I'd like to go back and look at
I think I had one of the commissioners in there with me when Peyton and I were going over this.
I'm not saying if that you didn't read it right. I'm saying I think it might have gotten transcribed wrong. So I'd like to go back and pull them.
And I think that's why
the video.
That's why it's important to talk about it today. So if we need to make a little tweak, we can do it in November, so that by the time we vote in December, for especially these 3 key positions that require public interviews and public comment from the applicants, that we have this process down. So it's good to work out this quirk in October.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so we're okay if he nominates somebody, and it's my turn to nominate somebody. I say I want to nominate him also.
No, you don't have to nominate someone, but you have a right to nominate someone.
No, but I'm saying if you would nominate somebody, my vote goes to the same person.
Well, no, because the first round is we put everybody gets 1 nomination and it goes on the board.
But you don't have to put someone up. Right. You're correct. You can go for his person. You're absolutely correct, Commissioner. Yes.
Make sure that.
That's why we have this discussion, because even we're confused. But it should work in the long run. We have some kinks to work out, but we don't do it very often because these kind of boards don't come up. But we need to clarify, and we need to make sure in the next agenda we will have, if there are any corrections that need a clarification, and we will have printed sheets in the back for the public to take and see, because we want to be transparent. But either it was incorrectly stated in the minutes, which I'm not saying it was. We didn't look at the video or anything, but this is what our policy says and what we passed and we all signed.
So, Judge, is this something that I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Ms. Clerk, you have input. I mean, you're part of our process, aren't you, to help collect the names or no?
No.
No. Our clerk did. Okay.
Yeah, no.
That was at the city. How long you're a different head, the council.
Yeah, no.
It's still getting confused from all those years ago. So, do we need to? We'll get some clarification then, Commissioner.
And then if we need to bring it back, we'll bring it back and correct our policy if it doesn't clarify.
I'll pull up the video. We'll go. Emily's listening. We'll go pull up the video of what we did. I don't think we did that 2 vote thing, but maybe we did. And if we didn't do it, then it's just transcribed wrong, and we don't have to do anything different except transcribe it right. If it was unclear, then we can tweak it in November.
Because the individual that called me, that's what I told him. I thought it was, if we have 3 openings, you get 3 votes. So we went back and looked at the policy, and it says 2 votes.
That's fine. I mean, we'll figure it out. That's good that you brought it up, Judge.
Yeah.
I have a question when we...
But I've interrupted Commissioner Modest twice. He has never gotten to really say his thing. I'm sorry.
Whenever it's my turn,
May I ask?
Okay. I'm sorry.
Watching, so I'm going to behave.
Go ahead.
So, y'all put this in place when I wasn't here, and I'm just trying to understand why we had to make this so complicated. Why can't we just vote like we used to, make a nomination, and then we all vote? I don't understand why.
I'm just like you, Commissioner.
Well, there's a lot of reasons, Commissioner. If you want to have that discussion again, I'm happy to do it.
I'm perfectly happy having that discussion again, because I just think this is way more complicated than it needs to be.
Well, then we bring something to the court.
But right now, it's our policy, so this is not on our agenda to discuss right now. So everyone needs to move forward.
If we need to change it, then we need to bring it back at the next meeting.
It needs to be put on the agenda, and we will bring it back to discuss at a meeting if someone wants to change it.
I just think this is way too complicated.
Okay.
So the motion is just to approve
The application procedure, it is not, but we have too many phone calls about people wanting clarification is the reason we did what our policy was. So we're confused too, is why.
Sorry. An explanation for the public. We only do these big appointments, which we consider the big three, only once a year. So it's
Not
like
even
we do
once
them
a
all.
year. Some of them serve longer than
Or, I'm
yeah,
sorry,
they're
yeah.
several
it's
years. Yeah,
every other
thank
year,
you.
every 3 years. So that's part of why we want to remind ourselves of this. But also, too, for these higher profile positions where we know there's more interest, there are applicants who will be given a time to come in and speak. Right? Speak before the court and the community to hear what their response is, why they're wanting to serve. And is there a question answered?
We give them a few minutes to speak, yes. But that's all part of another discussion. That's not what's on the agenda item today. Yes. You can ask, yes.
So if the minutes are incorrect, I absolutely will correct them, and I apologize and take full responsibility for that.
We'll look at the video.
Oh, yeah,
Nobody's
no,
saying they are yet.
No, it's okay, but if they are, I mean, we'll correct them, but that's why they're also on the agenda, so perhaps read them prior to approving them.
We do, but it may not
So
have been.
there is a
It may not have been the
mistake,
minutes. It may have somehow gotten transcribed wrong, and we just didn't catch it. I mean, I didn't say it was anybody's fault.
I'm just saying if it is, I take
been ours.
responsibility and we'll fix it.
It could have been ours. We have a motion and a second to open the application procedure. All those in favor?
Procedure, this procedure?
This is just the application for applicants to apply for the boards. Yes, yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Now I'm even confused on how to vote. I was like, what am I doing? Thank you. The motion passes to open for applications. This is not doing anything about our process. It's only allowing people to apply for those positions. Thank you. Moving on to our regular agenda. Our regular agenda item A, discuss and consider accepting and adopting the meeting minutes from the October 8th, 2025 meeting. I will make the motion to pass. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? And my staff does look these over and compare and look. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 2, receive a presentation from Robert McDonald for the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan and all related matters. Thank you. And you may point the microphone up. I know when Chief Clack was back there, y'all are tall, and he spoke loud, but it was...
Right. I have my props.
Yes.
Good morning, Judge Scott. Good to see you. Commissioners, good to see you again. It's been a while since I've been here. Someone's controlling the slides?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll go pretty quick on this. So again, the Corpus Christi MPO, you may not have heard of us too often, but we've been around about 55 years. In Texas, there's 25 of the MPOs. Nationally, about 440 MPOs. MPOs were created to consolidate the discussions around primarily transportation. Our federal government didn't want to talk to every city, county in the land because that was not as efficient. So back then they set up the MPO. So we're the MPO for this area. I'll show you our boundaries in a minute. Next slide, please. So here's the logos of our partners. You can see the commission, the Nueces County logo is up there, and as well as all of our other partners. You may be familiar with a lot of them, but for this group, really can move the needle on selecting transportation projects. Now, my prop today to get you thinking about, I have $1 billion in front of me that you can't have, but you eventually, and Judge Scott, you get to vote on how we allocate the $1 billion. Now, these are $1 million bills, so they don't spend real well, but as you all know, it costs a lot of money to build things. You know, think of the Harbor Bridge, $1.2 billion. I need a couple $100 million more just for that one project. And so, again, for these partner agencies, next slide, please. Our leadership of the partner agency, as said Judge Scott, you're our vice chairman, and so you get one vote toward this money amongst all the other things we vote at. But you can see the leadership with our 2 mayors, 2 county judges, head of the Port of Corpus Christi board, the RTA board chairman, who came out to our public meeting last night. And so, next slide, please. We have the companion technical gurus across the regions. Your own public works director, Juan, is on our technical advisory committee, so they advise our elected officials on everything from project selection to all sorts of other things. Next slide. Now, I could probably spend an hour on the boundaries that we have, but suffice to say that the various colors you see, purple, the most central, that's defined by the U.S. Census. They do it for all of the 400 MPOs in the country every 10 years. They define what your population is for an MPO, and you have to have a minimum 50,000, and if you're over 200,000, you're a TMA, or a transportation management area like we are. And you get different pots of money based on your population. That purple area is our population that drives how much money we get. Outside that, the yellow area is the area that we, the MPO, decided that is our boundary. That's the boundary we will develop over the next 20 years, and that boundary was decided a couple decades ago. We're reaffirming that boundary in the next couple months to make sure we have the new census information of where we're growing, and I'll show you a little bit where we're growing. Now, we show the 2 big counties, Nueces County and San Patricio County. You all know, we know the data comes out of all sorts of places at the county level. And so we pull all that down, we bring it into our planning. It's just easier than cookie cuttering the data. And so when you talk population of the county, you're like, okay, we get that. And State Demographer literally 2 weeks ago came out with new population totals. So that's going to be entered into our process in the next few months. Next slide, please. So our main products that we talk about, starting on the left, we're right now kicking off our latest 25-year transportation plan. It's a 1,000-page document. I'm not going to cover all of that. Again, I'm inviting you all, your constituents, your staff, employees, to come tell us what you think about, what you want from, and what we need out of our transportation system. We've captured everything that's out there now. We've captured everything, and I'll show you in a minute. We have existing plus committed projects over the next 10, 25 years. So we'll compile the 25-year list, but you can see on that slide, we also have a 10-year list. And so it gets a little bit more real. It's hard to think, what are we going to build in 25 years? But if you start talking 10 years, well, people can start wrapping their heads around that. Our next document is the TIP, the Transportation Improvement Program. That's our 4-year. That's no kidding. We're starting to plan projects, and barrels will be showing up soon. And so look for rerouting, look for detours. Those projects, when we vote and our policy committee votes and approve that, that's a signal for TxDOT or City of Corpus Christi, or if a project from the county, and you have one on your agenda I'll tell you about a little bit later. We want to get that out the door and then ask for more money. So build it in 4 years and then keep pulling from that 25 and 10-year list. The third document up there, that's our work program. That's our scope of services. We are fully funded 100% by the federal government. Even though they're closed, we still get funded. We get our money from gas tax. And so gas tax is still flowing. Our federal partners for highways and transit, they're still on the job. And so that's our scope. That's what we tell them we're going to do with roughly $1 million a year. We get to plan all these documents and do things like today and come up with all our plan documents. The last one's a little strange. That one could be another hour presentation. I invite you to join us talking about congestion management process. We want to identify where congestion is now, where we think it's going to be in the future, and more importantly, what are we going to do about it? So next slide. This one is a little bit of an eye chart. So this is the funding chart that you can go into the details. And so the money in front of me, the $1 billion, is roughly third, I think it's the third in from the right on the bottom. So we have almost $1 billion to allocate on these different funding categories. Now, the state of Texas comes up with 12 different categories. Different people, the Transportation Commission awards some money. The MPO is about half of these categories. So when we vote on the $1 billion, we get to direct it into transit, bike, pedestrian, widen the road, extend the road, what safety projects, whatever we come up with, this is the money chart. And so this is the current one. We're going to use this for the 10 and 25 years, as well as the 4-year transportation improvement program. If you look at the far right, bottom right-hand corner, you can see it as $444 million that we need to allocate. So what are we going to allocate it on? That's what we're asking. And we want the public to start telling us, what do we need out there? So next slide, please. This one is a snapshot of, we wish we had more projects, but this is the list of our highway projects. So in the red on the left, these are in the next 4 years, some of the projects that we want to get built. I'll look at ones for interest of the county. On your agenda, you have a project that ties into, I think it's the second one, 624 Northwest Boulevard. On your agenda, you have a project that the county wants TxDOT to build as part of 624. And so that one, Northwest Boulevard. And so we've allocated millions of dollars for that, for TxDOT to do that project. TxDOT and the county have got together and say, let's do a companion project. It's just more efficient that way. You can also see on there FM 43. A little bit later, I'm going to show you the growth plan that you all have. I would imagine you have a lot of growth in the county out along FM 43. So these are tied together. So as we talk to your staff, as we talk to citizens out there, they may say we need more projects out there where the growth is happening. Next slide, please. Next slide versus scrolling. Yeah, I know. Sometimes the list goes on and on. This list starts to show the other major component. On the bottom of this page is the first half of fiscal year 25 for RTA, or transit projects and programs. If it's federally funded, it needs to be in our plan. The federal government looks at transit and highway. Anything they fund has to be in our plan so they can check a box and make sure it's been through a planning process sanctioned by the federal government, and as well as TxDOT and the state. Next slide, please. This one is another, eyewash. Again, we can talk a long time on projects here. This is the list, 10 years that TxDOT is going to build. Top half of this chart is Nueces County. And these projects, again, 624 you can see shows up on here, and FM 43 shows up. So over the next 10 years, these projects are going to get built. You can also see there's a project on the island, Park Road 22. Any of us that go out to the island to take advantage of the county parks out there, you need some help on that road. So we've identified it years ago. It's now at least on the 10-year list for TxDOT to work with the city, work with the county, and come up with whatever the solution is for $17, $18 million. So it's important to get out, hear about these projects, get them programmed, get them in line for funding, and then go fund them. And so that's our goal. And again, we're starting in our 25-year. We want to know what people think is going to be needed out there for the next 25 years. Next slide, please. This one, I talked earlier, we try to pull in all the projects that all our partners have. And so this one is the port. So Port of Corpus Christi has a lot of projects. You may remember they got a harbor bridge built. They helped get that done. Again, the harbor bridge started at the MPO. About 15, 20 years ago, the MPO said we should do that. But again, the port said we could really use a taller bridge to get bigger ships in. The companion project, which we celebrated earlier this year, was the widening and deepening of the channel, another $1 billion project that they led the effort to get that done. So now the port, they have a variety of projects that we call their companion projects. So they need highway projects, they need rail projects, they need pipeline upgrade projects, because they need to get their market, the commodities to and from the market. And so having all the infrastructure in place, they look out ahead, and we, the MPO, look out with them. So we pull all their projects that they're applying for, state, federal, any kind of funding. Then even if they build it themselves, we're going to put it in our list of projects. So we're the one-stop shop for any transportation project in the region for the next 25 years. Now, we don't ink it and put it in stone. We update this every 4 or 5 years. And so we kind of look out, we say, okay, what's going on, and do an update. So next slide, please. This one, and again, for City of Corpus Christi, they've got a lot of projects. If you remember, probably a year or so ago, they came up with a roadway master plan $1.5 billion of need for collector and arterial roadways to accommodate what they think their growth will be for the next 10 years. So we don't ask them to redo their list. We just say, thank you very much, a lot of good work. We pull it into our list so everyone can see all the projects going on in the region. So there's also bond projects. So they issue bond projects, and we pull out the roadway ones primarily. But if there's anything like a park, we'll look at park projects so we can connect them with sidewalks, bike trails, and other things, maybe even transit. Next slide, please. So we invite everyone to become part of our process. We have a social pinpoint site. We have a website that please go to. There's a QR code. You can go take a survey on what your preference is in transportation. And we did this about a year ago. We had a consultant put together a focus group forum of 80 individuals, and we did not allow our engineer selves or planners to be in the room. We had to facilitate it. And we got our demographic based on the U.S. Census, so we said, this is our demographic in this region. Tell us about transportation. So that report came out, things like we need more transit service. So of course we passed that along to the RTA. There's a big need for filling potholes or maintenance projects. We've got that. So all that is available for people to go take that survey yourselves. And so we want people to tell us what is next. What are those projects? Is it safety? Is it extending a roadway? Is it transit? Bike ped facilities? Whatever it is, tell us. Because right now we're in the what's the need. We'll worry about allocating the money later. Next slide, please. So we, as I said, we don't start from scratch. It seems like only a year or so ago we developed a plan, a 20-year plan out to 2045. So if you want to get a head start on reading what we've done before, you can go to our website, you can look at all the information. We're going to update everything you see on screen and everything on our website, but this gives people a chance to say, okay, what have they been talking about? So this is what we've been talking about. But we're going to update this and go out to 2050. Next slide, please. So here's a very interesting slide. Again, when you talk about population forecast and employment forecast, I know Mike was here earlier, so we have a task force that we created. We're about to get them together. The state demographer just came out with a new forecast at the county level. Maybe you've seen the new numbers. We're going to update our forecast at the county level, so our two plus a little bit of Aransas County. We're going to update the control totals of how many people in jobs we think, and the state demographer thinks, will be here in 2050. Now, state demographer numbers, they're pretty solid. Most MPOs, most cities and counties use their numbers, just period. Now, the trick is we need to allocate that population. So if it's 450,000, where in our region? How many in the city of Portland? How many in San Pat County? How many in the city? How many in unincorporated county? Are they going to be on the island? So where are these people going to do? We're going to live and work. And you can imagine, depending on where they live and work, it creates a transportation demand. So that's what we're going to do probably in the next 6 months, is allocate the regional control total down into smaller geographic shapes. Probably, we call them traffic analysis zones, but think, smaller than zip codes. So we're going to allocate where we think the people are going to go. Now, we know where the growth has been since the census. South side of Corpus, London area, Portland, west side of Portland. We have the west side into the county. I'll show you a slide here in a minute. Next slide, please. This is our first cut of where the growth has happened since the census in 2020. We've literally documented, and you can go see it in detail on our website, we've located every house that's been built in the region. We've also put on a map every development plan that was approved by either city and some for the county, ideas of where the growth is happening now and where those future developments are on paper and actually building out. Next slide. So this is the slide I referred to. So thanks to your county staff, we got this. I think it's almost a year old. This is what you're saying of where your growth is going to happen. Where you've got development pressures in the county. Earlier on your agenda, you heard about fire protection district. Well, we want to see what roadways, the transportation infrastructure, the county needs outside the city boundaries. And so as you hear about development, as you see what's coming on, we want to hear from your staff and you and the developers and whoever else has an opinion. What do we need out here? Is it street lights? Is it better signs and markings? Do we need the sidewalks to go to a school, for instance, like the London area? And so we work with TxDOT and the city, the county, everybody to identify what that need is. And we've already talked to the school district. We're talking to all the school districts. Next slide, please. This one I want to leave you with the next few slides. One of the most important things that we do in the city, the state, and even the county, you pass something that called Vision Zero. And so Vision Zero is a concept where you want to get to 0 fatalities on our roadways over some period of time, 15 years, 20 years, or 25 years. So our policy committee in October 2024 came up with a regional safety action plan. In essence, we did the analysis with a national engineering firm. They looked at all 75,000 accidents over the last 5 years and identified what kind they were. Were they T-boned? Were they sideswiped, run off the road, human impairment, all sorts of, we read and had them read all the crash reports that we get from the police departments and DPS. So this is on our website. I'm afraid to say it's 1,000 pages, but it's 1,000 pages. All the analysis leads to, next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. On our website right now, if you can go to that, back up one slide. On our website, we have something called a crash dashboard. So you can sort it by things like Nueces County. So this is a quick sort that I did, so it's not too complicated. This shows all the fatalities and serious injury accidents in the county over the 5-year period. Again, it's a little dated. We're going to update this to a new time period, but it gives you a sense of where's the focus area, where are these accidents, where are the fatalities. And so if you believe in the Vision Zero concept, and TxDOT's concept is the road to zero, meaning 0 fatalities. This is the target. This is the target area to see why are all these fatalities happening. Are there's a ton. You can probably guess. You can probably shout out the ones, SBID. But there's a lot of other places that, again, one of the news reports reported there's some fatalities on Flower Bluff, and we're trying to figure out why. And so our consultant came up with it needs more refuge islands, so medians and little sidewalks in the middle of the road for people to be safely there, and street lights. So when people cross at night in dark clothes, not in a crosswalk, if there's a street light, it gives a driver a chance to see him one more time. Mm-hmm. Next slide, please. So the end result is, again, there's 32 dots on this map. So after the analysis of all those crashes, all those fatalities, we came up with 32 projects for the TxDOT or City of Corpus Christi, because they have most of the traffic lights and other things. Next slide, please. We've given them the list and the solution of here are proposed ways to fix these locations with high incidence of fatalities and serious injury. Some are like the top one on the list, $2,000, retime the signal. Wow. That's not too bad, but there's also other ones that are $10 million. So this is our first set of projects. The MPO, I have in front of me for safety projects, we have right now almost $40 million to implement these projects. So the projects are now in the hands of TxDOT and City of Corpus Christi. If they like them, and they've already acted on, I think, 4 or 5 of these projects. And so we're hopeful that they're going to continue to get these projects. Next slide, please. We'll go through the list. I'm not going to pick on too many of these. Let's go to the slide after these, please. Again, all the details on our website. Please come to our website. See if we got these right or our consultant got them right. Next slide. The companion projects that we just kicked off, we're going to bring our safety task force back together, which includes law enforcement, includes the engineers, TxDOT, cities, counties, all to come around and look at the new data and come up with something we call a safe system plan. It's a phrase and a plan that is documented by federal highways of say this is how you do safety planning, and so we're going to tackle that in probably the next 4 to 5 months. So stay tuned to be part of that. Next slide, please. There's my contact information. If I didn't say go to our website, go to our website. A lot of this information is there. Please reach out to me. We are coming out to talk to our counties, cities, port, RTA. We had a public meeting last night. We have another one tomorrow night. We're getting the word out. Again, we're not asking for anything except what's on your mind with transportation. We know there's a lot of issues around, but if you think of anything connected to transportation, let us know. We want to help get the need identified and then eventually come up with the funding. And I want to get rid of all $1 billion. So I don't want to be here in a few years. I don't want any more money. We want to get it out the door. So happy to take any questions, but again, we're happy to talk to you offline in our next set of meetings.
Yes, Commissioner Pusley, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much for the report. I read through it last night. So I have a question. And if we could go back to and talk a minute about the safety part of the plan here. Those of us who, and I don't know, I've never quite understood how the MPO works. I've been doing this a while. We have an area, those of us who travel Interstate 37 on a regular basis, when you're coming on the southbound lane headed toward downtown, there's an exit to 358 just before or just after the Lantana exit. Okay. That is a major problem on Interstate 37 in the mornings and in the afternoons. The traffic piles up there for a long way every day because of the people trying to enter 358 and those trying to exit to the Lantana exit, and then just behind that you have an entrance off of Corn Products Road. So there is a wreck there. I don't know how many fatalities have been there, but I know there's an accident there almost weekly. And so how do we get I even was visiting with a TxDOT district person here a few months ago, and he admitted that place was a problem. So how do we get that fixed?
Yeah, a couple ways. I think the first one is, number one, identify it. So we go from anecdotal, people recognize it and see it, and then go get the data to make sure that, okay, we can document the accidents, the type of accidents, is it based on congestion, where you have people stopped, on a freeway.
Who does all that? I mean, do you do that? Does the NPO do that?
We do part of it, but also in our safe system plan we're developing, we're going to look at why there are a lot of accidents there. But we do that in companion with also, that may be a location. I know TxDOT has it on their second 10-year list. Update that interchange. So rebuild that interchange to make it safer. Maybe a 2-lane flyover that helps the major movement. So you don't have people stopped, backed up at 0 miles an hour with people going at least the posted speed limit right next to them. So if anyone has issues with that.
Well, it's a combination of things. It's people that are flying 85 miles an hour down 37, and half of them are trying to get off on Lantana, and the other half are trying to exit onto 358. Right. And so it's just a really dangerous place. And I don't understand how we get TxDOT to recognize those areas and get them to do something about it.
Sure. And so how we get, and TxDOT's part of our process. So they're part of our safety task forces. They're part of our other committee meetings. So we talk to them all the time about what they have identified as issues, and then how do we solve the issues. So again, we take it in slices. Identify what it is. Are there early solutions, more lighting, more enforcement, something they could do to make it more safe until they can build something?
How do you get that process started? Do I need to introduce a resolution here to the Commissioner's Court and pass it on to the MPO or to TxDOT? Or
no.
How do you get somebody to, I know TxDOT knows this is a problem because I had one of them admit it to me. So how do we get them to start talking about doing something about it?
Sure. Commissioner, you just did it. It'll be on our list.
Okay.
And so we take all the comments from...
Thank you. And I'm not trying to beat you up about it. It's very frustrating that day after day after day after day you see these accidents in the same place and we just ignore it like it's not a problem. TxDOT needs to attack. The city of Corpus Christi is 5th in the state of Texas for traffic fatalities related to speeding. 5th in the state. We beat even some of the major cities like Houston and places like that. And so anything that TxDOT can do to address that issue, and the majority of those accidents and deaths related to that happen on Interstate 37.
Sure. This is the perfect start. And so as we continue to talk to TxDOT,
we are one of the few cities that still has the 75-mile-an-hour speed limit inside the city limits of Corpus Christi. Most all other cities, if you travel around, that when you enter the city limits, the speed limit drops to 65 miles an hour. So we're one of the few cities that has not done that. Areas in, I don't know why we haven't fixed that. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Since we're adding roads, talking to them, what about 361 and, you know, especially between the island and Port Aransas, where if you want to talk about deadly crashes, that's about as bad as it comes. Where's that on the list?
Yeah, 361 was on our last 25-year plan, near the bottom. Again, it just didn't get into the funding stream as far up as some of the other projects that are going on now. We know it's an issue. TxDOT knows it's an issue. They started a process probably 7-8 months ago. On the island, they had some public meetings to identify. They're looking at the planning part, the environmental clearance, the early design parameters, safety issues of 361 from Park Road 22 all the way up to Port A. So only some of that is in the MPO, but TxDOT, you know, they don't stop thinking about a road at the MPO boundary. They know it's an issue all the way up. We have the crash statistics for the full 2 counties, and so they have the same data. We have the same data, and so we know they're looking at possible solutions. Everything from, as I said, you do it in phases. If you can get more lighting, better control of the access points, signs and markings, maybe more enforcement. So there's a lot of things that TxDOT looks at that they can implement first. And again, we can provide them money to do that. And they've got their own money that they can look at the first thing, because you all understand how long it takes to get a project designed through the federal process and ready for construction. It takes 6-8 years if you're really moving quickly. So TxDOT has 361 underway for study. The early action items, I know TxDOT's looking at, is there anything they can do with the money they have now, safety dollars or discretionary dollars, to implement safety improvements on that corridor?
So when you say it's not all MPO, tell me why that is.
Yeah, our MPO boundary is a little strange because it's defined by the U.S. Census as far as where the population is and where it's outside our area. And so the Port A and up around Ingleside, that's a different urban area. It's not big enough to be its own MPO, but it's outside our urbanized area. And so it's a U.S. Census definition. It's a little squirrely.
It's a lot squirrely. It's in Nueces County. It's, you know, it's kind of like saying,
the MPO could take all 3 counties in our statistical area, but our policy board decided not to years ago and still haven't decided to do that. But we can do the analysis and we have the data. So TxDOT, you know, for a roadway that straddles the boundary, they can do that. We did one on I-37 up by Redbird Lane. That was, you know, the river is the boundary between the MPO, but TxDOT didn't stop the bridge over the river. They went, you know, to the logical termini.
Well, and I always hate, you know, that the statistic is the crash data.
Yeah.
How about the traffic data? You know, I mean, it's really kind of sad that you have to have more crashes to have attention. You know, that's a little discouraging, you know, when you say the crash data, because the crashes on that road have been traumatic, overwhelming, and whether there's 1 or 1,000, it should be looked at, because the traffic on that road is unbelievable. I mean, you know, if you're talking hundreds of thousands of people are driving down that road, especially during the high season, because you've got 2 points of access into Port Aransas, and that's that road and the ferry is always an hour wait, so a lot of people don't like to go on the ferry, or they're coming from Corpus this direction instead of there. So what, you know, that's another, you know, question of what needs to be done.
Yep.
You know, you keep hearing that it's on the list, but I think 361 has been on the list for, as you said, in the last 25-year study, and nothing's getting done. Not nothing. They did something. They did added a turn lane for part of it, or widened it a little bit, but I don't get what it takes to get that one moved up.
Sure.
Because if I need to make more comments, that's what I'm doing. If someone else needs to make more comments, we can do that. But I don't. You know, since Commissioner Pusley has so much stroke, he got it on the list right away. I want mine on there too.
Commissioner, your 361 is already on the list.
Yeah, but it needs to be like actually, up the list. I guess that's what that one needs to be, is moved up the list somehow. And crash data is not what I hope is the only evaluator. It should be traffic increases, because holy cow, sitting on that road is unreal. And then the other one that I have to ask about is where are we on that second causeway? Because that's another safety hazard, and I know that the governor had moved that up by moving up the environmental impact study, and you have to do that. But I haven't heard much about that one either, so I'll ask you because you're here talking about it.
Sure.
Talking about it.
Happy to. Commissioner, first one, back to 361 first. It's not just the traffic data, not just the accident data. We have the traffic data. We have something called big data, so all the cell phones. We have the travel times. We have the stop short information from the companies that provide the data on near misses, not just accidents. And so the traffic volumes during the peak summer seasons, even the winter Texans when they come down. So we look at the different traffic conditions, and TxDOT does in particular. We, the MPO, have data, so does TxDOT, so we give them everything we have so they can do not only the study on 361, but what they're calling now Regional Parkway, again, North Padre Island access. TxDOT's leading that environmental clearance document. Yeah, they have not had a public meeting in probably 6-7 months on that. But we've given them our travel demand model, so that does forecasting into the future based on existing conditions. Of course, there's no road there now, but we can simulate, if there is a road there, what traffic is it going to pull off of SBID or Yorktown or other roadways. So TxDOT has all the information, so they want to look at, through their environmental clearance document, their planning documents, and talk to the public and all of you as well to say what is the next step in that process as far as picking alignment. I know the TxDOT's looking to, I think they're down to 5 alignments. And so they have a website, happy to send it back to the court through your staff, the website of where
Microwave hearing
TxDOT is.
response
And
system.
I can call and ask them to make sure they have the most current information. Again, I don't like to talk about their project, except point you to their project and have the most up-to-date information on the TxDOT website.
Going.
And so if we have a link to it on our website, we make sure it's the most current. But I invite you to go to that to see where they are and what their timeline is. We think they're moving pretty quickly to identify what's next for Regional Parkway as far as alternatives analysis and coming out and talk to folks on the island, the county, the city, and the residents.
Clear.
Since we're pitching, those are my pitches. I would really appreciate if the 361 could get moved up the ladder, because it has not been anywhere near what it should be, and certainly having the second point of access for the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that live on that island. If that causeway, because of the storm, gets washed out or closed down, then Lord have mercy, I don't know what we do. So that's mine. Thank you, Judge.
Commissioner Modest.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to follow along the line with Commissioner Chesney. Arguably, Port A is the second largest as far as economic development within our county. As far as that community, the second largest in population is Robstown that I represent, and that's not in the MPO. So I know that TxDOT helps cover those projects. I know that a few years ago there was some discussion as far as bypass, different routes. There was some crazy lettering that was included in different options to get through the crossroads in that area to connect from 44 from the east side to the west side through Robstown. Around Robstown, there was loops, all kinds of ideas that I know that TxDOT is pushing, but I would definitely encourage the MPO to look at expanding their boundaries. A little concerning that Port A and Robstown are excluded, and even the smaller communities that still have a big impact. I think when you're driving, we're becoming like communities like you see in, maybe not as big as Dallas or Houston, but you're talking to save drive times and where people are commuting just to and from work. So I would encourage you all to look at that. But I know that our judge sits on this, so she can help give the county perspective, and also Chairman Granada, who's the head of the RTA, who represents the entire community, also can advocate for us. So I would just hope that that would be considered moving into the future. There's some worthwhile projects and funding that we could never put enough into the Robstown community and into Port A. Little side note, Commission Chesney allows me once a year to go and enjoy Port Aransas, and so I did that this summer. And being a local, I'm just joking. He doesn't give me. I can go whenever I want. I'm a grown man. I can go. But,
Are you sure?
It was close, Joe.
Del. No, but my point is, as a local, you know when to leave Port A, right? And I don't want to just turn into Port A, but you either leave early, which we did, or you wait to the rush and then you leave later in the day, because right around that 10 to 2 o'clock time frame, the map, if you're mapping at home, you'll see the red lines just pop up of traffic stoppage or yellow lines. So there is a big concern that I would advocate for that part of the county as well. So I know that you have to choose wisely and be efficient with where your funding goes, and there are limits. But I don't think that this discussion should end just at the current maps that you have with the MPO boundaries. So I just strongly encourage you to consider that.
Commissioner, just a quick snippet. We've been in an active discussion at our MPO at the policy level about possibly adding Robstown and Port A. And so those are ongoing. We hope to have it resolved in the next few months. There's actually a piece of Robstown that the U.S. Census said must be in our MPO boundary, because they meet the urbanized definition. But in early conversations way back in May of this year, I went out to their council and asked them if they would like to bring the whole city in. And they tabled that, and I'm trying to get back to them to see, would they like to join the MPO, because they can if they want to, or they can stay, stand put, pat. And again, a quick issue on that is they get TxDOT money for service in the urban area. That could be, but they also get currently TxDOT money for rural areas. And again, so that's a calculus that the city has to do to understand. Do they give up? I'm guessing, do they give up $100 million to join the MPO and then fight with 2 cities, 2 counties, Port, RTA, over the $1 billion, or that? Port A is the same thing. Port A could come in as part of the MPO if a few other conditions get satisfied. We're waiting to get a reaction from our federal partners to say, yes, they can come in and we can go ask them, but we have not pursued asking them yet because it's only under one condition. If the feds agree that they can, then we'll go talk to Port A. So,
thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez, also, don't leave yet.
Well, I got one, so we talk about TxDOT. I don't really have a lot of faith in TxDOT doing things, right away either. Because one concern, it's a huge concern, we just talked about it yesterday with a group of people. It's all these ramps going on the freeway and off the freeway. Ramps, all the ramps coming off the freeway and going
ramps off of which road?
Union Freeway.
Any of them?
Yeah, there's no yield sign. So who's got the right of way? I mean, so it's a problem. Because everybody coming on into the freeway thinks they have the right of way to get in front of everybody coming straight on the freeway.
I'm familiar with those signs. I know TxDOT is too. One of their projects they're just starting is on SBID, trying to reverse the on and off ramps to make them safer. But again, the yield signs are still out there. But I can bring back the issue for the district, because the TxDOT district, they're the ones that decide, based on their traffic analysis and good standards, to put the right signals up or signs up and pavement markings and keep them up to date and make sure everything's repaired. There's a recent order that came out through TxDOT about some not standard signs and markings that cities across Texas are being required to take up those signs and markings because they don't meet the federal standard anymore. And so they're colored crosswalks are like at 6 points. It's blue and white, but TxDOT is saying you need to remove those. And so signs and markings are a big deal right now. And so I know TxDOT wants to make sure it's as safe as possible for the ramps. And so
it's not Union 37 or 286 or whatever.
Traffic.
I know that one they did because it was under construction. So they did those when they did the construction, but it's only part they did. They didn't do the rest of it. So it's a lot of accidents that happen, because everybody thinks everybody's supposed to move out of the way for somebody else to come on.
You.
But if I'm leaving the freeway and I'm going happen, because everybody thinks, I don't know if I should get in front of the guy coming on the access road or not, or he's supposed to stop. There's, like I said, there's nothing to tell anybody, hey, you got to yield, you got to wait. So I think that's an issue where you have a lot of the accidents.
Dell.
So I think
Dell.
Something to look at. And we have asked several times to help us.
RTA.
With a bridge.
CIA.
It's not a big bridge.
CIA.
It's not like the Harvard Bridge, but a small bridge. And we're still waiting. It's been about 6 years. So, but we had to braze that ourselves and spend our own money to braze it. We just said they're going to come back and really fix it, and they haven't done it. The other thing that I encountered a problem with TxDOT is they only have one excavator for the whole district. Whenever we ask them to come excavate something with the floods, they say, well, it's in Houston, well, it's in the valley. So I don't know if y'all have anything to do with it either, but if y'all work with TxDOT, there's any kind of equipment they can get so we don't have to be borrowing from the valley, borrowing from Houston, and not have it here.
Yeah, so let me bring all this back to TxDOT, the district, and see what they can do.
Yeah.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much for, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you for being here. Great presentation, great questions, great information, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Sure. We'll see you part of our process. Thank you.
Yes.
If you got money, buy some excavators.
Can I just hold?
We have plenty of seats up here if you all would like to take seats too, please. Thank you. Commissioner Chesney, did you have something else? Or
yes, Judge, if I could go back, as just real quick on that consent item that you pulled, I'm not trying to get back into a policy discussion. I don't want to, we can do that later if anyone wants to, but I did want to correct myself. I do remember why we had the 2 votes, and that was because if everybody nominated someone and only voted for their person, then there would be a deadlock. So that was the reason we gave everyone 2 votes, so that it would undo the deadlock. So that was correct, and I apologize. I just kind of had a brain fart, and you caught me off guard, and so I'm wanting to correct myself from what I said earlier. The intent was for the 2 votes, because that way that would make sure there was not a deadlock. That doesn't mean if we need to discuss back in November when we bring it back something else, but I just wanted to correct that part of it. Thank you.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yeah, everything was right.
I know we have a presentation next. Emily, can you give us just 1 second? We've got 2 electeds here. Can we get their items up so they can get back to work? Sure. Yes, and we'll get your presentation right up after that. Hopefully these will be very quick. Item number 6, Anne's been back there for a while. I know this one was brought up before. I think it was just a technical difficulty. Yes. Discuss and consider approval of amendment number 10 to the original jury contract with Tyler Technology and all related matters. The funds are in your account for this. It's been budgeted. Yes. The problem last time was an EFT thing is the reason we pulled it, because we weren't doing transfers. I'd make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, or any other discussion, excuse me. All those in favor say aye.
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 Abstain.
Any opposed?
I don't like transfer.
The 4 ayes, 1 abstain. The motion passes. Thank you, and sorry you had to stand there so long. It was a long presentation. I was trying to get you back to work. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Item number 7, Mr. Granberry, you just walked in, and I know your guys need to get back to work very quickly. Discuss and consider approving eliminating a misdemeanor 1 attorney position, creating a legal position 1, and the total amount of $88,935.93 in the district attorney's office, allocating the remaining funds from the elimination of misdemeanor 1 attorney position for the reclassification of other roles in the district attorney's office and all related matters. I will tell you it was my intent today to hold off on this because it hadn't gone through HR to see what we have done. I know it has. I got that paper this morning because the only reason we're bringing it up, I know And all departments, we extended this until the end of the year because of transfers. But Melinda in HR has looked at this. The concern we have, and for any other departments with this, is when we do transfers and we allow you to use these monies, we have to include benefits, payouts, anything else, all the costs that the county incurs, and that's why we make you wait. So,
Judge, is this a net zero permanent savings like we've done in the past where if someone comes in and
Teresa
eliminates?
wants to add a pistol. I think she has something.
We just need to update the actual cost for the deletion of the misdemeanor attorney. It's actually $100,974.86.
So there's definitely a cost savings in there. So
there's actually money to the county's favor.
Okay, so we're going to do this quick. If that, let me answer that. Just hold on, so you don't have to go through all your deals. So I would make a motion to pass as amended by Teresa's representation, based on the fact that there is a this goes in favor of the county, and there's a permanent cost savings on this.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Your microphone is not on, Commissioner, if you're wanting to speak.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So this is not so much about the position or supporting district attorney's office. Appreciate all departments and elected officials being creative and trying to use what they have that has been budgeted. Concern is just the timing of this. We just got off of a budget cycle and we just approved it, and now, my concern is that we make this statement today by passing this, that we're going to have every elected and every appointed department head coming before us for changes, and I thought that was the whole practice and spirit of a budget. So my concern is just moving forward on this request. It's not about this position. I feel that you've done your homework. It shows potential savings, but I think just the precedent that it sets is not good policy for this court. So that's my concern with it. Doesn't mean I'm going to vote against it. I'm just thinking the principle of it.
Just so we're clear, this, and you're right, except we made an exception during budget for these exactly, and we extended it, and we all voted on it then. So I agree with you 1,000%.
All of us, and this ends the end of December. This can't be done.
Right, because of the budget confusion that we had, we gave the courtesy to elected officials to come back before the end of the year this one time to do it. And so, John, I 100% agree with you, but this is within the policy that we passed during the budget. So,
follows. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Right.
Going.
It as part of,
Going.
So we had a motion from you. Did we have a motion and a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Seconded it.
Okay, thank you. All those
Going.
in favor say aye.
Going.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. On item number 8,
Never.
discuss and consider
Never.
allocating Chapter 59 funds, $10,000 to each investigator and $12,000 to your admin assistant, for the total amount to be transferred, $32,000 from the district attorney's Chapter 59 funds and all related matters. This is your funds that must come from your request. This must be a vote on the court, a record of this. You do have the funds in your account. I will ask, Teresa, go ahead.
We also have an adjustment on the total amount, including benefits, is $38,555.
So it's even less again.
55 and 26 is the increase.
Aye.
Oh, no,
Aye.
32,
Area.
so it's more on that one.
Area.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
$38,355.20.
so this is an increase?
This is
But
his.
it comes out of that fund that
That's
he has.
correct.
But is that permanent? It's just going to be a
It's a
permanent.
supplement. It's a supplement.
Right, but it's a permanent supplement.
Well, let's be clear. The supplement is only there when the funds are there, just like the county attorney has some supplements that she gives if we don't, and all of your employees need to understand this, whoever you're giving this to, this is a supplement. When the DA changes and doesn't want to give his money that way, that is their business. A new elected official comes in, this is a supplement only. Yes.
And
But it stays permanently.
But it's, or if the fund runs out.
Yes, Judge. And to clarify, we can pay for this for the next 3 years without
With
putting
the
another
funds that
dollar
are in
with
there.
the funds that are currently in the account. This is done year by year. We have to come before you and get county court to a vote on the approval
To
for it.
approve, so it's
Yeah.
not a forever thing. You come every year to get this approved.
Yes,
And we
Judge.
can't do this, well, I mean, can we not do this for the next 3 years? Right now, you have to do it year by year? That's the law?
The way I understand it, it's the law we have to do it year by year.
I think we want to do it year by year. People
I'm
change
okay
things,
with it.
yeah.
If he's got the money and he wants to do it, but if that's what the law is, that's what the law is. That's fine.
And then, Judge,
Make the
we
motion
did talk
to
to
approve.
HR. We just request that you amend the amount to the $38,355.
That's with the benefits that weren't included. And that's one thing we are being very clear about. We have failed to do that in the past, and it has cost the county money. The benefits and all the costs have to be calculated into this. So
May I ask a question?
I have the motion. Did anybody second it?
I'll second it.
Yeah. Everybody seconded it?
Oh, everybody seconded it. But I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, please, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry to ask this. I've slept a couple of times since I was here before. Where do the Chapter 59 funds come from?
It comes from on seizures on felony cases. So let's say you have a manufacturing delivery. They have $10,000 in the car from the proceeds of the sales of those drugs. CCPD.
So it's forfeitures? Or
Yeah, it's forfeitures from
Chapter
those,
59.
and then we go through a process, and then that's divided between law enforcement agencies and the DA's office.
Okay.
So that's kind of how we get continued revenue there.
Okay.
And we have no authority over these funds whatsoever. It is all at the DA's discretion when his funds, just like the sheriff's with
With
his.
approval
Yes.
from the
Yes,
Commissioner's
yes.
Court.
Okay, I'm good.
We have a motion and a second. Oh, another question. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
Judge,
Commissioner
sorry.
Modis.
We've done this before, so it's not anything new. My question is, again, what our intent is the court, what we've stated, and I know there's been some heartburn. To me, this is kind of like the discussion, the debate that we've had, been brought before on grants. You know, we fund them for a year or two, and then it falls on us to put it on the budget. I think that's the kind of same argument and perspective that I know that you know some of our commissioners have brought up in the past. So that would be my concern. Once again, I support this, but you know it's good that we can support this position for now. But eventually, I doubt that this workload is going to disappear. So we're going to have to talk about absorbing that within a few years. Now, a few years is better than next year. But we've had discussion on we don't like grants. We don't like grant funding, and even if we're only having to bid in 20% of a grant, 30% of a grant. We collectively as a court have had that argument and that perspective before. So that's just my concern, is that this can be funded for now. But maybe it's not the same argument. Maybe someone could correct me on the court as far as what our discussions have been in the past on this. But this seems like it's good for now, but in 3 years we're going to have to swallow that pill somehow.
Well, and I will take the liberty to answer that question because that has been a concern with grants. This is Chapter 59 funds, and I appreciate Commissioner Gonzalez and his clarification and us sticking to the annual. But the sole responsibility on these funds is the DA. They are his funds to allocate to whoever he wants to. He can actually even, I think, be prosecuted if he doesn't do this
They come
correctly.
with bracelets for
Yes.
me, yeah.
Yes.
So-
Will they appoint me as a special prosecutor if I
These are allocations. They're not grants, but the fact that they have the funds and he goes through the auditor's office to make sure the funds are there. He goes through HR to make sure the exact amount. It's similar to what the hospital district gives to the county attorney as well. They're although it's collected a different way, it's not.
It's not the same,
it's
right?
not a
It's not
grant.
apples.
It's not
You know,
it's
it's
not
apples and
apples to
oranges, right? It's not
yes.
apples to apples. I agree. But
And
it's the
that's-
process. It's the principle of we have money and we are able to afford it now.
Yes.
Now I get it. Long term, we may not have that funding. We may have to create another funding source through our budget to fund this. That's the same argument that I would say for us looking future. That's what's been used to justify to try to kill grant funding, or the general concept of this court is we don't necessarily want to approve grants because at some point we have to pay off for it. That's in essence what we're doing here. It's not the same wording, but it's the same principle. So that's just my concern. Once again, reminding us of the court, because I supported that. I supported that policy, but it's a very slippery slope that it's your funding. I know you have to come and get approval from us, but in the end, it is still, it's not a guaranteed funding source, right? Those sources could dry up. Highly unlikely. There's always going to be forfeitures.
They have before.
But it could dry up. So it's the same thing, I think, in concept with grants, is that when we're discussing, we don't want to pay so much, even 50-50 is sometimes just not rich enough for the county to accept. So that's just my concern, to remind us again what actions, what steps, what statements that we have made as a court, and what that means going forward. And I think that this kind of applies. But
microwave hearing response
I will
system.
support it. I have no issue with it, but this is a good reminder for what we've done in the past.
But it's a good point, that even potentially you all who have these funds at your leisure that you can give to everyone when you do allocate them, it's almost something that you should get them to sign, understanding that if this funding goes away, this amount goes away in their salary. It doesn't.
Yeah, because we've had that problem before with not y'all, but
Happy death.
other things where we gave something and they didn't understand, and I won't go there. But
short is why a lot of the concern up here is, but I strongly suggest to each and every of you, because make it part of the motion that anyone who has those funds like that comes to the court and asks to give a supplemental fund to anyone, that you make sure and have them sign a document that states they understand if this funding source goes away, their supplement goes away. Would you be willing to do that, Mr. Granberry?
Judge, I'd be happy to do that. I
think all departments, whoever has that, should do something. So I would venture to say the county attorney would not disagree with it either. Yes.
We constantly remind them of that. We also constantly go over the rules that the court has set in place for evaluating similar positions receiving similar pay. So we'll be bringing back that through the end of the year.
sorry, Jenny, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I would strongly suggest that when we do these kind of things, that there's a signature document that says that they acknowledge that they know that this is whatever we call it, and if those funds go away, then so does that supplement. And I think that should be part of the motion, because it's gotten us in problems before when we didn't do it that way.
Amend my motion to include the signature document that the employee is aware of the situation, and you seconded it. Do you accept that as well? So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Oh,
sorry. Did you have another question? That's why I stopped. I'm sorry. Motion and a second. All those say aye. Let's say, did Commissioner leave? Sorry. Any opposed? The motion passes with the 4 here, 1 commissioner stepped out of the room. Yes, thank you, and y'all can go back to work. We appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
May we be excused?
Emily. Yes, please. Let me see, where am I at on the item number 3? Receive an update and presentation on the progress and design work on Briscoe King Pavilion.
Judge, just before Emily starts, this is just presentation. We will be bringing back an action item on November 5th. We have had some preliminary numbers that we're working on. It is more than anticipated. Imagine that. And so we've already had 1 meeting. We're going to have several more, and we will have a definitive action item to bring back on November 5th, because I have to come back and ask you for permission.
Microwave hearing response system.
To go back to the TERS board and ask for additional funds, and that will be happening. It's just a matter of how much. So we're not going to go into the numbers today because they're not final and we're still in flux. But I did want the court and the public to be able to see the preliminary. Well, it's not preliminary. It's really about 90%, I think, done. Could change based on numbers and scope and so forth, but this is where we are now. Having said that, I'll let Emily take it away.
Yes, good morning. Emily Rosie Paul, EDO Architects. So update on our presentation. So once we were approved to move forward with engineering in March, April, we went full on board. Worked with civil engineer, met with the city already with early assistance meeting once we got to a really good kind of 60% review set. So some items have come out of that have increased in our scope that the city and fire marshal specifically requested.
You pull that mic closer to you, please?
Yes.
Yeah, could Connie enlarge that to full screen, please, so we can see it? No, I'm talking about the whole page. Never mind.
So this presentation is on my laptop, not with Connie in the IT department. So I can zoom in So with our site work here, after working with the civil and getting them involved, we are going with a septic system and not sanitary, because we would have had to have had 3,300 feet of forced main going through County Park, across the state highway, across 2 residential streets, into developed areas, to a manhole that's kind of back towards pretty far away, back towards the canal. So working with the city and with our septic designer, we're going to bring in our septic area out here in this field. The Parks Board wants to keep any area around here open for future recreational use.
Okay.
So we're bringing it to the back of the parking lot, also to catch the breeze away from the building, in case there are any issues. And this does include a lift station at this distance. So we're just going over some quick site work. What you see in white right here was originally part of a potential phase 2 for the site plan. Fire Marshal wanted this to be included in phase 1 just for fire truck access, to clean up a nice clean driveway.
1,040.
We all know the issues with the kind of asphalt area out there right now.
1,040.
So with our new facility here, we are a total of 8,339 square feet. The footprint, conditioned footprint, is 6,980, and it includes a big utility mezzanine to get it off the first. So it will seat 300 people in the assembly area. So this is the new facility. Going here, we're going to have new additional accessibility parking, accessible route up to the upper level, a little bit of terrace landscape. We worked with the city as well on landscape and some exceptions due to, of course, the water challenges and how you use the parking lot, because to get a whole bunch of landscape islands in the parking lot would kind of kill the use on how you use it with some of your big events out there. So we've got a little bit of terrace landscape. This is a manual drip system, so we've used coastal. The landscaping is not modeled into here, but it'll be coastal planting, xeriscape, harsh plants to survive the elements. We have this driveway again that we've taken out to the road to give us one new driveway. This ramp here is going to be your kind of like delivery area. Delivery truck can get up here for whatever events, loading and unloading. This is the existing facility here. Current plans, we are actually removing the whole walkway around it because it is recessed 9.5 inches, and we are getting it all up to accessibility compliance between the 2 buildings. The current building right now will remain as it is with some updates. We're painting it. We've got once structural engineer got involved, we've got some structural repair work to columns and rusted steel. There's some areas in here that we didn't originally anticipate until we got the structural engineer involved, so we have some numbers on that we're working on. The new building itself, it is an elevated foundation. It is on 47 straight shaft cased drilled piers. Once we got the geotech report in June, that of course increased a little bit of the initial square footage cost that we had. So we've revised the facility itself, just construction type. We are compliant with our seaward zone. We are risk category 3, not 4. Commissioner Chesney had asked a question if it was hurricane rated. This is not considered an essential facility, but it is designed for the location we are in, which is a risk category 3 and seaward. Essential risk category 4 is what jumps it up to an essential facility, which you would say I want to comply, survive a cat or hurricane. So let me go into a floor plan.
Police.
Okay, so parking down here, we can come up our ramp system here. Our new facility, we have our entry lobby, our fire riser, it is fire sprinkled. It's minimal. Our minimum was for 300 occupants in our assembly space, so we are designed for 300 occupants. And then we have the services for that. We have an AV&T room, our restrooms. What you see as a break room is our catering kitchen. The city doesn't like the word kitchen and starts getting into some trickier things. So it's a break room, but it's a catering kitchen. And then we have one little area here, we're calling it the lounge. It could be a bridal room, it could be a mother's room, it could be, whatever we need for this small little area here. The existing current facility, going through our numbers right now, our plan is And per
Sign.
city's approval, since we
Sign.
will be reducing the assembly area to 2 pods instead of 3, and I'm calling these octagons pods,
Truck.
1 pod would be turned into
Truck.
the storage
3.
facility for the complex.
3.
Tables, chairs, whatever you have. And we were looking at adding an office. The county was looking at going out to have a separate entity run the event venue and have an office on campus. So then this 1 pod would be a storage facility to store all the tables
J.
and chairs.
J.
Let me jump into a quick 3D here with those.
So, could I?
Question? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, was there a question?
So Emily, if on that new floor plan there, if someone were making a presentation to a group there, where would they be standing?
Okay, so multiple locations. So another item that we have included in our numbers is all of the AVIT security installation, not just the rough-in. And so as you can see, these big monitors are around. It is designed to where they could be anywhere around the facility. We've got specific monitors around
Traffic.
the big ones on this wall. So specifically
Traffic.
on the floor plan, this area would be set for, you could do, if you wanted to have your band or dance
You.
floor or your presenter here
You.
talking to everyone, but there are areas around, of course, that they can choose for the event venue. Let me go into, excuse me. Let me go down in with these ceilings turned on, so kind of give you a little bit more of an idea. So we have these 3 pods. We've just kind of elevated the ceilings with some acoustic paneling, so we lowered down. We just have a fur down around all 3 pods. And so they are
3.
open, and the flow is however the event venue decides to set it up. So let me go back to the floor plan. So that area I was showing you is this big area here. Could be a presenter, could be the bridal table, could be dance floor, or if they want to set it up anywhere else, they can. There's sections
It
here,
just seemed
sections
to me
here.
like if someone were standing and making a presentation because of the shape of those
CIA.
tables that are going to be
CIA.
further behind, they won't be able to see the presenter.
Well, it's flexible.
AC.
The presenter can be wherever they choose.
AC.
Cover.
And we do have these
Good.
monitors around.
Good.
We have hired Datacom, and they're an AV consultant, and they have come in and recommended where the monitors should be for the best access for the whole facility.
Okay.
We also have your
Okay.
AVIT closet
Okay.
here in this area with a ladder that goes up to the mezzanine. Now, the mezzanine itself is purely going to be utility and storage. Right now, it looks like a large space, but it's going to be filled with your air handlers,
Bloody.
electrical panels, everything that's
Bloody.
up top. Out of the way, out of the footprint. You have access to that,
TC.
not only from the ladder, but we
TC.
have a exterior door access for equipment. Let me scroll over to the side here. Right here, up to the mezzanine, so you have equipment access up here
Never.
as well, in case they have
Never.
to replace equipment. And so, just kind yeah, so the condensing units
Speed.
are on this small portion
Speed.
of the roof here, planned on this area with the county and parks. So it'd be the the least catch of the wind, because the wind coming from this side over here, southeast breeze.
No second floor balcony to take advantage of the view.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
No second.
No second floor balcony, patio to.
There is not a second floor balcony or patio, because the only thing up here is the utility mezzanine. So everything
price.
is single story.
Huh?
For a
And-
price.
Per price,
Hey,
correct.
I'm already over budget.
Yeah.
Gotta go
Yes,
back
per
and
price.
ask
So-
for more.
So we're
Aye.
going to come back on the 5th.
Aye.
I have engaged an outside estimator. He's doing an ASTM level 3 estimate, a deep dive into it to see where areas we can adjust and revise to help with the cost. But since we started this project in 2022, the cost increase from 21, 22 to now, you're 33% just across the board average in this area. That's not specific just to this project, but this estimator is doing presentations for other public entities and just sitting down with him talking about these items. On top of that, once we got all the engineering engaged, which again was June of this year, not in 22 or 23 or 24, it was in June of this year. So once we got all the engineers engaged in figuring out exactly the detailed site-specific design that we needed to have, costs are more and costs are increased. So we're working with the estimator, working with Mr. Chesney and Scott on where we can adjust to bring that number down some. But again, you're building out here on the coast, and it's a harsh environment. And so even all of our materials and systems outside of windstorm and hurricane, of course, have to be able to survive these elements.
Code.
3.
And I was going to say, and where we are on design, he's correct. So we took this to a point where we could get really far to get a deep dive into the numbers. We are approximately 90% complete. The city is ready at any point to start plan review once we are approved and we have, the appropriate funding to go forward with. To move forward, my process is I always go to city for first round of comments, adjust those with an EVE before we go to bid. I always want that first round of comments addressed before going to bid. So that's just kind of where we stand. We started off on a 4-sheet set. Now we're 164 engineered sheet set. Into this project. So, any questions?
Just a couple comments, but I want to, if anybody had any questions first, I can wrap up real quick. So again, we'll bring this back detailed, but this is a prime example of the county being more aggressive on these TERSs, because for years, like other TERSs, we have funded city projects that that were primarily the city's responsibility, but the county has pitched in mightily on the island and a lot in downtown, right? So we're going back, and we've already gotten $6 million, 5.9 something, on this project from the TERS, which means the county is getting a financial return on its investment that we've made into that TERS by doing this. However, so I don't have any problems going back and asking for more from the TERS, as long as we do our diligence to make sure we're providing them a tight project and we've done all the diligence, and that's what we're going to do. So I'm saying this again because whoever is watching, I want the city to know that we're coming back, and the TERS, that we're coming back, and we're going to have to ask for more because it's just the way it is. We're going to tighten this thing up as much as we can. We're going to present it to the TERS, assuming the Commissioner's Court gives me the ability to do that, and we're going to do everything we can to make this tight without sacrificing the value of the project, which is great because of what we're putting out there, which is event space that we think we can get a return of investment on, because we will rent that event space, we will use that event space, and there will be an actual return of investment on that. So super important. I want everybody to understand this is higher than we anticipated. It is what it is. Some of it will be because of the city's additional requirements. Some of it will be because we're taking what was going to be phase 2, which was the parking lot, which the TERS knew we were going to come back for. Some of that is going to be done in this phase because of this white area here we had to do for ADA. So some of that's not really extra, but it's going to appear as extra, but that'll be a little more defined as we go forward as well. I have asked Emily, I did ask her to try to put this in as backup because it's just a presentation today. She couldn't get it translated off of her laptop, so we'll have something better for backup for everybody to see. And this is not an action item. We're not doing anything. But again, I want to make it really transparent that we are going to have to go back to the TERS for more, and that will be another return of investment for this county. Because this will be a county project, and we have funded that TERS for a long time. That we need to get some return on the island, just like we do anywhere else. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Next up, item number 4, receive an update from McGriff representatives on insurance transition and all related matters. And we have our HR director here as well if anyone has any questions.
Paul.
There's been some As with any transition, when
Clear.
you change policies,
Clear.
change things, and with the county, with us with Workday as well, there's been some hiccups and stuff, but we think we're, as per our insurance meeting this morning before this, we think we are on the road to getting past those hiccups and doing better things for our employees, but we wanted to have them here. I will tell you, I'm going to allow the discussion or talking about this. We're going to have to take this afterwards into executive for Jenny to update us on some issues with some stuff. So.
Are you talking about the McGriff?
It's on our insurance transition. We have some contractual things we need to discuss with Jenny afterwards in executive, although there are no action matters, but she needs to let us all know because it's part of this transition and the problem that we've been through. So
We'll still go through the presentation.
yeah, I'm going to allow him to, and the HR director as well, to give us some information just to let the rest of our employees know as well some of the things we've been through and some of the root causes and some of how we think the solution is as well in correcting that problem. And we think we're there, so we think we're headed in the right direction. Go ahead. Sorry to take the floor from you to give so much information.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. John Bass with McGriff, McLennan.
All night long.
Thank you for the introduction, Judge. Yes, I think we have turned the corner with the transition. Want to make some prepared comments and certainly can take any additional questions. ID cards were mailed a couple of weeks ago. I polled a couple of employees. Everybody has received their cards. And any subsequent eligibility, actually HR is actually loading eligibility directly into the Blue Cross system. So for new hires or for terminations, they can make those adjustments right then and there, which then would include an ID card if necessary. Another file went to script care last week, so that has been cleaned up. And similar to your current arrangement, Blue Cross is taking the eligibility from the county and they are passing an eligibility file to script care. That's how it was set up prior. That's how we had set it up with this particular transition. It was Blue Cross was slow on the development of that file feed, but that has been moving forward. With respect to the HR, I just mentioned Jim's team is taking ownership of all the eligibility issues. If there are any eligibility issues that come up, someone didn't get loaded or they didn't get enrolled properly, his team can make those changes right on the fly. Same thing for individuals who have enrolled in the Blue Cross Blue Shield Essentials HMO plan, which requires the selection of a primary care physician. If you want to change that physician, you can, and either Ruth can make that adjustment in HR or the member can call Blue Cross Blue Shield directly, and that change can be instantaneous. You've noted about the contract agreements with the HSA Bank. That is in Ms. Dorsey's hands, and she does have some comments to share with the court. All in all, transition, I think, went relatively smooth. Benefits were loaded, good communication to the employees. We had good open enrollment meetings, had a
microwave
good,
hearing response
electronic
system.
Communication guide. So the plan was communicated well. Just simply some challenges with respect to our vendor, primarily Blue Cross Blue Shield, and some of the changes that went on in the county during the summertime really caused the delay. But all in all, I'm pleased to say that we're moving forward. Happy to take any questions.
And just another side note for our commissioners and employees and everything, the one issue with the benefits problem that wasn't uploaded correctly, some people were charged double for their benefits. Some people were didn't have their children added on to their policy. There was some problems or had their old children that had now gone off on theirs. We had about 330 some odd checks that we issued last Friday, and thank you to the county clerk's office for setting up a table and helping us with those, county attorney as well, for the release to get those people their checks, even though there may be some discrepancy still with the correct amount, and we may have to do that, but that was the only solution. It was a workday issue.
Okay.
We have since had a meeting with Workday, the county auditor, and myself, and we will be sending them these requests, and they will be sending a specialist for certain areas that we're having problems from Workday to come help the county with this transition to hopefully take care of this problem in the future. So a lot of things are moving. We're taking care of the problem, but it's been challenging to say the least. We know transitions are challenging, but this one has been on top of everything else, pretty challenging. So if anyone has any questions, I just want to let you know that we did get our employees their money back, the ones that picked it up. We wanted to be sure to do that.
Go.
Yeah, you're right. Just like I say, I was a little disappointed in the problems that we had. The payroll deal was one issue, but with people not being able to get prescription drugs filled on time and whatnot, I was really disappointed that was not handled in a better manner. So I would hope in the future that we are able to do a better job of that.
Commissioner Otis, did you have questions or anything? No, you were in the meeting.
So the issue is, I guess, was it on Blue Cross then, all of this?
Jay.
I'm sorry, Judge.
How is it their problem, or
104?
The issue that Commissioner Polsey just spoke about was really an arrangement in which we negotiated with Blue Cross, in which they would take eligibility from the county, and they would pass that eligibility file to Script Care. That's how it was set up with your previous vendor, Boone Chapman and Script Care. Blue Cross agreed to do that as well. The county has actually charged a very small dollar amount for that. Simply that Blue Cross was late in setting that file up, and that file exchange and the testing of those files exchange with Script Care. That was identified in the early part of September, and of course
needs
help Blue Cross get that squared away with Script Care, but it does take a little while for those files to get updated, and it's all electronic. There's no paper, if you will. So that was the big piece, Commissioner Morris, for the eligibility side. And building on the judge's comments, Workday was the file that was originally sent from the county to Workday did exclude several dozen employees, and then that was rectified. So a subsequent file had to be sent from the county to get those folks added, which then had to roll over to Script Care. But that was really the main piece with respect to the eligibility.
So, I mean, we were through this. As a county, I think we have recognized that we did not help with the policy that we enacted with the electronic funds transfer. That was a big issue for a lot of our vendors, right, Constance? And we corrected that 2 weeks ago, and that happened right around the transition time, so that didn't help. I know when I pay my bills and stuff and something goes wrong or a website goes down, is it the company's fault the website went down and I decided to pay at the last minute, or is it on me? And my concern is that this process waited till the last minute. That's my biggest concern. I think you've been hired to come and be that bridge, that gap. You're well aware that we have new HR. We are transitioning with employees as we speak, as we've committed to a consolidation of offices and responsibilities. But you're hired on to help us with this transition. Right? We don't spend every day in it. Even HR doesn't. We're here to help provide. We're here to help get connected on the issues that we need to. The judge is available to help provide the temporary tentative approval until we come back to court if needed. But my concern is overall the transition and the timing, right? So the timing can be put on a number of people, a number of groups, but in the end, you know, it happened at a very difficult time, right? We were dealing with so many things. We were dealing with the collective bargaining agreement. We were dealing with all these different changes into the year budget process, and this was, I wouldn't say the last thing on our mind, but we have a consultant that's supposed to make sure to go down a list and go down and make sure that all these things are being accomplished and completed. So that's my concern with this, is that we didn't have it. I think that you helped provide some insight to the judge. Me being on the insurance committee was given some information, but not all the information. So that's a little concerning that we missed out on a lot of opportunities there to help make this seamless. Now, things are better. Not everything's complete. There is a portion that the county attorney's office will update us on, I guess, during the executive session with this, but it's still problematic. I wouldn't say that all the issues have passed at this point successfully. We're still working through some problems. So that's my concern, is that we know what the transition day and time is. We know when we have to switch over with our fiscal year. And my opinion is that that's why we hire a consultant to help guide us through that, to make sure that all the things are checked off. We don't know. We don't know what questions to ask. Our HR staff is learning, like I've said and shared prior. We are all learning through this process. Hopefully we don't have to go through this again for a very long time, because this was a significant change going from one provider to another. But that, along with the script care and all these other changes, FSA, have been concerning to me. And so they happened at a horrible time. I think most people are already over them, but I know that there's still people that are trying to get prescriptions that are having to pay up front. And my household is one of them. You know, we'll pay up front and hope that this all gets resolved once it's all settled and we get, this all established. But I think that was one of the points of why the judge appointed me onto this committee. And now, thankfully, we have a representative from the Sheriff's Officers Association who now sits on, who also represents the employees. So it's these little things that we don't pick up on, and we don't hear until we see them come up on social media, or they call to our office or stop us here at the courthouse. So that's just my concern, is that there were a lot of opportunities that were missed, and we didn't have, in my opinion, anyone to guide us through a lot of that. And so that's concerning, to say the least. And I think that we need to do better. I hope that you are given an opportunity to prove yourself in the future. But like I said, I think this is something where a checklist easily could have been provided, that you would have guided us and HR through and made sure that it happened. And based on this outcome, we didn't help, but it still should have been, these questions should have been asked a lot longer, a lot earlier than what they were. So I'll see if anyone else wants to chime in on that.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
I concur, Commissioner. Excellent remarks. I just correct one thing. You said when we need to do better, McGriff needs to do better. So you're our paid gun and who we hired to advise us on this and to help us through these transitions, because none of us are insurance experts. That's your job. That's why we hired you.
Thank you. Understood.
Thank you very much. And I will make the motion to take this into executive.
Which we don't have to.
We don't have to motion. I thought we have to have a motion to do it.
Unless.
No, since it's not. Sorry. My bad.
I mean,
Just
I
add it to the
unless
list.
it's one of those ones we have to vote
I put it
on.
on the list. That's. I was thinking it was one we had to vote on. Sorry.
Executive session.
No, it's just report of county attorney over contract, so it's 551071, but I don't know why I had it in my head. We had to vote on it. Yes, okay. Moving on to item 5, discuss and consider adopting an order approving request for proposals, RFP, under Local Government Code 262.030 as the method of procurement for employee benefits management for Nueces County, authorizing purchasing agent to publish a notice, delegating evaluation authority to an evaluation committee and related matters. Commissioner Modis, this is your agenda item again.
Judge, thank you. We met on this, I think, to get some of these questions clarified. I don't know if Michael's there. He is. You're not sitting on that side, but I see our officers have the other side, so you're not going to fight them on that. Michael or Mr. Landers are here from HR and procurement to help walk us through this, or to if there's anything that we need to be made aware of in this process. Michael, you want to start off first? Or?
We have a motion on this?
We don't have a motion on this.
We're going to need a motion. And I wanted to see if
Why have some
questions.
No, number 5.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Have we ever done this before?
Yeah, we just went out and got the last year with McGraw.
While I was gone, yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all snuck a bunch of stuff in. Okay.
I have a question for you. So,
Are we not happy with our current company doing this, or are we just going to have them all redo again?
Just
the consultant, yes. When does our contract end? I would ask that first.
Yeah, when's the contract in with our current?
So I just want to make
February.
sure, am I okay to talk on this now? Did y'all already have a motion, a second, and we're in discussion section?
motion to
For discussion, motion.
motion to
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The contract is set to end on February 20th, 2026. We did an amendment last year.
And it's only 1 year, you said the other day?
Yes, we've done 1 year. We did an amendment to extend for this year. So they started in 2024. And we had sent out a memo asking if the insurance committee was interested in renewing. And then we were advised to prepare an agenda item to request to go out for RFP. And so that's what we did.
I'm good.
Any, no, you can take it back, sorry.
No? Good. We get a motion in a second already?
We're good, Judge.
Okay.
We have a motion, a second. There is no, I just got to say, but in all fairness, and I greatly appreciate Commissioner Modis's work on this, and no offense to you in any way, shape, or form, but with this is coming up in February, we're going to do this anyway. I won't be voting for this. I have seen the transition, just changing the insurance and what chaos that has created, and whether whoever we want to land the blame on, however that wants to happen. There's our side, and there's Workday, and there's employees, and they move from auditors to HR, and then we've lost employees with all the knowledge of that. Then you have their failure on the notice, and us having a check card of things. I absolutely agree with all those things, but I am afraid this is going to create yet another problem in the middle of handing Mr. Landers this work already. Huh?
We don't forget what the employees are now.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm confused. Didn't this expire in February?
It
comes up for renewal in February, yes,
So
sir.
when would we normally go out for this?
Now.
So I have to ask before the expiration if a department head or official wants to
How many
renew.
renewals do they have?
We have unlimited,
Oh,
as long as it serves the county's interest.
But which doesn't mean we still couldn't renew, but if we don't go out for RFP, then we have
we
to
have
renew.
to renew.
Right.
Then.
Correct.
Okay, because this
Would
would
be
be
the
the
normal
time
time.
if we weren't going to renew, we would have to go out.
Yes, if you're
If
not
we
going
don't
to.
have options, yes.
Yeah, I would have to start right away.
Yes.
That's why it's on the agenda today. So if
Okay.
y'all want me to do that, you have to tell me today. If you don't want me to do that, then I'll prepare a renewal amendment and bring that back at a later date.
I think it's just to have options is all I thought this was. Doesn't mean we can't renew. It just means if we choose not to renew and we haven't put it out, then we're really in bad shape.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, we have a
normally y'all
motion and
won't
a
won't have me go out unless we're pretty certain that we're not renewing.
Why wouldn't we be asked by you already, though?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we be asked by you already?
Yes, I've
I
already
put this on there.
Yes, I've asked the
But
question.
you
It's
wouldn't
been
have
asked and
asked.
answered.
By who?
When?
When did you ask? Who did you ask?
Asked who?
It was provided by your office, Commissioner.
No, I'm saying that when would you have put this on had I not brought up this discussion?
Microwave hearing
When would
response
I
system.
have put this on?
When would you have put this
When I
on?
received the answer from your office.
I initiated
No,
this,
no,
Michael. You didn't.
Correct. I had received no notice that.
But let's
You're saying
pretend
that
none
this
of
would not
this
have been
came
removed.
up, and
This
you
would not
would
have-
have brought
this
it
would
to
have
us
been
because
simply
it needs to
renewed.
be
What are
renewed.
we, what are we arguing about?
Finus.
No, I'm just trying to hear one person. I'm sorry.
My issue is Michael is telling us here that he would have brought it forth to us.
Yes.
we
For
all
renewal.
recognized for renewal
One.
would
that
that have
today
been?
would have
One.
been the day.
King.
Were you initiating this discussion or looking
You.
into this issue before I brought it up?
No, I get
Okay,
my directions
no,
from
that's
the
my
insurance
answer.
committee.
That's
and
my
the insurance
answer.
committee has not had a meeting, and they have not invited me to any meeting
You
to
have
have a
not had a
discussion about the renewal of this item.
Michael,
And so I have
don't.
been given no
Don't go
direction
there,
to do
Michael.
this.
No, don't go there.
I think
Okay,
there's a,
hold on.
but what he
Yes.
said to me is a little disturbing, because when you say normally, I don't know, that's not a policy, that's kind of a, we need to have some sort of, if you're waiting for us to tell you we're not going to renew, that's a problem. You're the purchasing guy. You should be bringing stuff to us and asking us. I mean, I agree with, I think that's what Commissioner Marks was saying. If you're saying normally I would wait until someone tells,
Sector.
how would that work?
Sector.
We're too late.
Because there's 5 of us. You're the purchasing guy. You should be coming forward and saying, okay, this one's coming up, this one's coming up, this one's coming up. Court, not John Matez or Brent Chesney or Connie Scott individually.
Yeah, this is a very different.
No, let me finish, because you made a comment and I don't agree with what you said. So what I'm saying is, if there are others that are coming up for renewal, I would suggest you not take the word normally, and you would say to us, hey, what do y'all want us to do? What do you want us to do? Do you want this to go out? Do you want this to go out? Do you want this to go out? Because if we're going to, because that way we don't get up to the February deadline and think, oh my gosh, because we've had that happen before on other things where we go, oh crud, we wanted to make a change. Well, that's up to you to
104.
initiate.
Right, and so the way that I bring that up is I come to court and I bring a request to go out for renewal on the advice of the department head usually. And that's your opportunity as a court to tell me,
No before.
yes, we want to renew, and you authorize me to go out for bid. If you don't want me to go out for bid, you can tell me not to go out for bid, and then I'll prepare renewal paperwork. But if we're out of renewals, that's generally when I come, is when we're out of renewals.
Okay, but I'm saying we need to do that differently, because...
And I'm happy to entertain a new process for this, because it's not been made very clear to me as to how this is supposed to work with the insurance committee. But there's no direction on that.
Michael, this isn't the insurance committee. This is the purchasing department procedures.
We have our own procedures, yes.
Okay, so if you're telling us that all you're going to do is bring stuff up whenever you decide or what normal is, then...
when we decide is 6 months ahead, we send a letter to the department head who's over that particular service, and then they will indicate to us if they're satisfied with the service or if they're not satisfied, if we still have remaining renewals. And if we have a renewal available, I'll prepare a renewal document, which I bring to this court. And if the court does not wish to renew, you certainly have the opportunity to deny that renewal, and then I'll pursue the rebidding process. And I do that in a time that is sufficient so that if y'all say you don't want to renew, I still have plenty of time to renew before it expires.
Okay, so I have a problem with that. Elected official, completely different. If that elected official's happy with it and it's no problem, great. The department heads, who do they report to?
They report to the county judge.
They report to the court.
The whole court.
They report to the commissioner's court. So it's not up to the department head on whether we renew or not. Their input is very, very important, but it's up to the commissioner's court. So you should be sending that to the commissioner's court and letting us have input in that, and not just to the department head, because, no offense, the department heads work for us. And if they make the wrong decision, guess who takes the blame? Us. So I think that whole policy's out of whack, and that needs to be changed immediately, because they don't have the final say. The commissioner's court does. The department heads, not the electeds, because I always get in trouble if I don't distinguish. The electeds are different.
Correct. The court always makes that decision. That has never changed. You make the decision every time on whether we renew or not, and whether I go out for bid or not.
Not really. You just said if the department head's okay with it, you don't
That's
do
okay
anything.
for me to place it on the agenda to ask you guys. That's the only forum I have to ask you.
Okay, that's not what you just said.
So if you want me to ask you in a different manner than presenting a renewal for you to approve or disapprove, I can come with a question
you could go to
before
department head
that.
meetings, and the judge is at least there, and she'd at least know. And I mean, somebody's got to know besides department heads. No offense to department heads, we have great department heads, but they're not the final say.
Well, no, none of that's the final say until we come in here. I'm not arguing
with
with you. We're saying the same thing.
Well, but but the process needs to change. So I don't know how we need to do that, but in some way, shape, or form, these renewals need to come to us in some way, shape, or form, initiated by you, not waiting on us. Because Commissioner Montes is right.
They're always initiated by me, sir.
No, they're not, Michael.
They're not initiated by you guys.
And they're not initiated. You're just you're saying the department heads, if they're okay with it, you don't even come.
I initiate every single renewal.
You got to go back and watch the tape. You are so out of whack on this one.
Every single renewal I bring to you guys.
No, you don't. You need to go back and review the tape because you have completely contradicted yourself. So can we move forward on this?
Yes.
Yeah,
Excuse me. Yeah, just one comment. On the attached order, just if y'all decide to vote up or down, the fourth whereas needs to be removed. It talks about the morgue transportation services.
Talks about
Wow.
Yeah, it's just inadvertently included.
Oh, okay.
So
Yes, thank you.
there's a motion,
portion on
and we
there.
need to amend the order. So I don't know who made the motion and seconded it. Maybe.
You made the motion, I believe, and
So I would
Don
make
seconded.
I would amend my motion to amend the order of the Commissioners Court to take out the fourth whereas that has discussion about the morgue transportation services.
Okay, we're
You
going to
accept
have an
that?
amendment to this motion.
Well, it's just to take out the whereas in the order because it talks about the morgue transportation services.
It was
which
the
is
last contract
obviously a
that
typo.
accidentally got left on
Okay,
there.
but guys, I'm going to hold our feet to the fire on this because I've been sitting here with my hands in my lap. When we do an amendment to any motion, as is stated on the agenda, we have to vote on that amendment and
Then vote on
main
the
motion
agenda item
as
as
it's
amended, yes. Mhm.
Yes.
So I would make a motion to amend the order of the Commissioners Court to take out the fourth whereas that refers to the morgue transportation. That would be my motion, separate from the other
Second.
motion.
All those in favor say aye.
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 That's the amendment.
Yes.
Right.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously on the amendment. Now
my
your
original motion is still on the floor, Judge.
Yes, Now,
Then we-
To
I would make a
pass.
motion that we approve the item as amended.
That's already been done.
we amended it already. We have a motion and a second already on the floor for the
No,
item.
but
As amended, it has to say,
we have to vote, Your Honor, please, can I finish? We have to vote on the amendment, and then when we're done with that, we have to come back and vote on the main motion as amended.
And that's what I just said a few minutes ago.
Well, we
So-
haven't voted on that yet. have
No,
we?
we need to
Well,
vote
that's
on it.
what
But I
we were-
said, as amended, you're
That's
correct.
what
You
we
are
were trying
correct is
to
what I'm
vote on.
saying.
Yes.
You are absolutely correct.
But let's also be clear, this court, when we're going to be correcting everybody, we don't always, we use Robert's Rules of Orders as a guideline. We do not follow them to the T every day. If y'all want to start that, we will. But we are not doing those on a regular basis as well. It is a good practice, yes, I
Either
agree.
we do or we don't.
Yes.
Either we do or we
Like,
don't.
well, there's a lot of things that will be corrected and changed in here. We went by Robert's Rules of Order in the Capitol. We don't do it here.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm good. Judge,
Yes.
I would now call the question on the motion as amended. Because
Second.
Commissioner Pusley's right on the language.
Yes. And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm going to say no. 4 ayes, 1 no. The motion passes.
Man.
Let's move on,
Glad that's over.
guys. Okay, item number 9. Is that where we are? Did I miss? Let me get some of these people out of here because that's just Commissioner's Court, Code of Conduct, that's Commissioner's Court. Let's do number 11, discuss and consider transferring one environmental enforcement position to Constable Precinct 1 and one environmental enforcement position to Constable Precinct 5. All equipment assigned to the officer goes with that officer and all related matters. This is yours, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's mine.
You just want the motion to proceed?
Well, I like the motion to approve, right? But, I mean, if we get a second or not, but there's not, there's twofold on this here.
Second for discussion, sorry. Go ahead.
And I'm just, one concern is on the officers that are, environmental officers that are, they need to be under collective bargaining, just like anybody else. And they receive all the benefits all the peace officers receive also because they are peace officers. And, we've gone twice to the association and twice they denied accepting those officers to be part of the collective bargaining. So I think in the part of the constable's office, which is Constable 5, it would be covering 3 and 1, Constable 1 covering 2 and 4 on the environmental code enforcement. So I think we can probably start kind of clean up a little bit more on our areas. And I have two, dump sites in my area that face a lot of problem, and Commissioner Pusley has one that we share between Robstown and Prince-O'Neill. So, and of course the other one I share with Commissioner Chesney. So he's got the city, but
microwave hearing response system.
What's the name? The landfill there, the Gully's landfill. Yeah. So, and those are the reasons why we figure they could probably be more effective, and officers can probably benefit. And I had, and I just got some of this yesterday, really. So you got it too. But I've been working on this for a week, and then I got some information that wasn't right. So we updated information, was revised yesterday, and the difference here is like. And these are transfers. They're not new departments. They're not going to, create a new. They're going to go under the constables as the deputy constables, but with the classification as code enforcement, / environmental deputy constables. So it's not like we're creating any new positions. They're transferring. We talk about transfers. So this is one of the things that. So we're talking about transferring. Transferring is from one department to another, but. The only difference that came out
Evidence.
Evidence. HR and audit was $15,000.
Distraction.
Distraction.
Service.
Constance gave me, but then it came out to be $15,000 for both. So you talk about 7,000 something. That's going to be
Go.
increase.
Go.
7,000, yeah, each. Well, 7,000 each. And so, which is not much. And when it says or any other matters, I think that each constable would probably have 7,000 on their budget.
Service.
Say, let those 7,000
Service.
there that can come out and watch. Or nothing else, I can use my own
Lane.
Special revenues to supplement those 15,000 and put the officers where they belong. But I think in the long run, they'll benefit more under that constable that they will be under, and in case emergency start, emergency they can do their job as a peace officer.
Short.
Right now, evidently they're peace officers, but they're not recognized as peace officers. So I think that was one of the main reasons. Also, it's about the collective bargaining, so these officers can, and I think that 15,000 is not a lot of money. I know that when we started with something, I was get 15,000.
Dell.
I think that 7,000 is not a lot of money that we're looking at, and I think the constables are willing to make up those 7,000 from their budgets.
Service.
They also, just like the DA,
Service.
also have monies they get from traffic stops, that they get for
Dispatch.
traffic bus, and they can
Dispatch.
They also get money from that. They can use probably
Question.
some of the money that they
Question.
collect, from the funeral, so that they use when they get the money back. So they got money they can use, just like the DA has.
Aye.
They do, and so it'd be a wash, right? That's all. There's nothing like it. So this is my take on this, Judge. So I'm just looking like that.
We've had this discussion lots of times in here, and but I'd like the second for discussion,
Open.
comments, or
Open.
we're ready to vote on this. We've heard about it multiple times. Do you want something, Commissioner Modas?
Go.
Or Commissioner Puskey?
Go.
Are you leaning forward like you want to say something? Go ahead.
When I first had this presented to me by Constable Dorr,
Flight.
I thought, well, this
Flight.
was an easy
Going.
decision.
Going.
Vision.
But like everything else, when
Vision.
you get down into the weeds, it gets a little more complicated. And Commissioner Gonzalez, I completely understand your reason for wanting to do this, and concur. We want to try to, treat our code enforcement officers with the same respect we do with our deputy constables that work in directly for the constables. But
One.
Call.
I've gone back and forth
Call.
on this thing, but I just think at this point, until we can figure out a better solution,
One.
because
You.
Street.
Constable
Street.
Dorr wants them. I had lunch with Constable Mendoza yesterday.
Stay
he
note.
Stay note.
Commissioner Chesney, correct me if I'm wrong, the constable out in your area has made overtures about he would like to have them, and the sheriff has said he would like to have them. So it's gotten to be extremely complicated.
Prop.
Parking.
So I don't
Parking.
know.
Area.
I think for
Area.
at least
Go.
the
Though.
current time, we leave it as it is and try to figure out a better solution. My 2 points. But Commissioner Gonzalez, I certainly appreciate your comments and what you said.
Judge, just
Anybody else?
Go ahead. Do you
I
want
was
to say
just going
something?
to
Go
say,
ahead.
Judge, first of all, I've evolved on this too. I originally thought it should go to the sheriff, and then I listened to Commissioner Pusley's compelling argument during budget, of which we just voted on this 2 months ago, and every commissioner has the right to put anything on they wanted, but we literally just voted on this to leave it the way it was, and it was really because of Commissioner Pusley's argument was that, then we just have a lot more say over department heads and people that work for department heads. We have little to no say over people that work for elected officials, and that's a big deal. The constables can say, the sheriff can say all they want.
Heath.
I believe them. Hey, we'll work with you, but at the end of the day, they're not our employees anymore. They're the electeds, and those electeds have a different category than a department head. And so, because of Commissioner Pusley's argument during budget, I changed my mind in thinking that it should go to the sheriff and that it should stay the way it is because it's working very well the way it is. Had another conversation with Mr. Pimentel yesterday. He concurred that it's working well. He does not want this transfer to occur. But I think it also violates our policy. Our policy is we're not supposed to make budget changes during after the budget's been made, and if we do it, then what's going to stop us from voting on anything and considering anything that any other department head wants to put on or any other elected wants to put on if we violate our own policy, which is we're not supposed to make budget amendments unless it's an emergency. This is a budget amendment, and you can say, well, people can come in with that argument all day long, so I think it violates our policy. And again, ain't broke, don't fix it. I think it's working fine. Now, I'm a little disappointed that we didn't address this with our recent collective bargaining contract because I do agree with Commissioner Gonzalez that they should be included in collective bargaining somehow since they're peace officers. And that's too bad that we kind of missed that opportunity since we just ratified that contract today. And so hopefully if our friends at the Sheriff Officers Association are watching, maybe they'll reconsider.
Police don't make anyone feel safe.
As part of the collective bargaining, because I certainly think that should happen, but I don't think that's compelling enough reason to overturn our policy and to take it out of a department that we have a lot of say in, because we are the ones who get contacted when there's these dumping problems, and I never call an employee of another elected. I call the elected, and then maybe we get, because it's not right, but I don't hesitate to call an employee of a department head that works for us because that's a different deal. I let that department head know I'm doing it. Like I copied one on the email that I had with one of these officers on a deal over in my precinct. So I think we ought to keep it the way it is. We just voted on it a month ago, and so yeah, I don't. And I appreciate you letting us go, Judge, because technically we should have just tabled it, but we probably just need to vote this one way or the other and get it done and move on and bring it back next budget if someone wants to try it again then.
Thank you. Commissioner Motters, you have your line.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. This is the point I've brought up last few years in between our collective bargaining agreements. That was one of my concerns all along, brought up during the budget process as well. We should have included it then. We should have made the decision then. I thought that we did. It feels like this issue is familiar. Commissioner Pusley actually has I'd say all our votes are equal, but the largest stake in all of this because you represent most of Precinct 1 Constable Office and a good chunk of Precinct 5, where I represent a little part of Precinct 1 and a pretty good chunk of Precinct 5 Constable as well. So these impact us greatly, and I know it may spill over into maybe some of the other precincts, but we have the biggest concentration. Constable Mendoza is there in Robstown, but covers Banquetti and Blunster and Agua Dulce, which is part of Precinct 1, and of course the Robstown area, which is mine. We talked about this before, but we never, made a decision. So one, on the collective bargaining side, I don't see that in the backup documentation, but is that what the intent of the motion was, Commissioner?
He wants to move it.
He wants to move it.
They are not part of collective bargaining.
Right.
If they
And
moved
so that's-
into there, they would be, but if they don't, they are not.
State law prevented us from doing that as long as they work under,
I don't know.
Civilian.
A civilian, if they move to a constable, then they would be allowed,
under
but under public works, they are
can't
not
be
allowed.
part of
Oh,
it.
that
Yes,
was
yes.
Oh, okay. That was
Well, and
That was what I remembered.
That was one of my issues, is include them in or not, and we didn't. And during our discussions, we could have easily moved them to the sheriff or to a constable or to add on. Public Works, I agree with Commissioner Chesney. It's easy to go to Juan. Juan is appointed by this court, right? To go to another elected would make it a little bit more difficult, but not to say that we don't have a good relationship with Constable Dorr, with Constable Melissa, right? All of our constables, but especially these two, since these are the ones that have been singled out to be given additional officers. And what do? Do we absorb our current officers and move them and transfer one to each office? Is that what the intent is, or would it be a new application process, Commissioner? What else is the plan with this?
I'm sorry?
What else is the plan with this, so that if this vote were affirmative, would each of the current officers, the environmental officers, then one would be moved to precinct 1 and one would be moved to precinct 5? Is that what your thinking is? And then goes back to the sheriff, who made a very compelling argument as far as wanting to bring them on. So I after coming off such a difficult budget and voting through that and getting it passed relatively, I want to say relatively easy. I know it was a challenge for you, Judge, and for Constance and Teresa and everyone else. I know y'all are still suffering from the lack of sleep during those weeks and months prior. But this is a good argument, but I just don't know. We should have done that a month ago.
Okay.
Right? It should have been put in motion a month ago.
Anyway, anybody else want to say something before?
Go ahead, but I'm calling the vote where we need to.
Just to kind of clarify some of the things here, we talk about the sheriff, a precinct 2 constable, and, when we forget already that at one time code enforcement was under the sheriff's department, it didn't work. So he came back. So, and mental health was under the sheriff's department, it didn't work, came back. Then when mental health was under the constable 2, and then, I don't know how many, with 3 officers, nobody else was complaining about why you have any officers for mental health, but they had them all in prison too. And that didn't work. So, everybody wants something when something is happening, but nobody wants to volunteer to make it work. And when they have something, they don't even take care of it, and we fall back. So it's not that we're trying to leave out the sheriff's department or constable and precinct 2. They've had an opportunity to work with special officers and special skills. It didn't work. So who's not to give these constables a chance to work with this environment, to work with this officers here, to hopefully bring them in, and so much is for the officers. We keep saying, I wish they were. We get all the same thing, but I don't see nobody do it. Until somebody brings it up, none of us here are bringing anything up to help these officers go get what they're supposed to be getting. And I think that, in all fairness to them, they're peace officers, they carry the peace officers, they should be placed in a work where they can actually get all the benefits all the peace officers are getting. And they should not be left out. So that's my thing, and I think Constable 5 and Constable 1, they're willing to tackle this thing, and if it works, who knows, maybe we'll put one in each constable's office down the road and we'll do the budget. I don't know. This is something that we have to look at, but don't knock it down because the sheriff department now wants it, or the Constable 2 now wants it. They had an opportunity to take specialized officers at one time and it didn't work. So this is my take on that. So you can do whatever you want to do. So. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just one final quick
comment,
Your Honor. And Commissioner Chesney, I haven't changed my opinion about them reporting to us versus an elected, and you're absolutely correct. When I came to this Commissioner's Court, this is the way it was set up, where they were in fact, we had 3 officers at that time, 3 code enforcement officers, and they had been under the sheriff's department, and the court moved them back under Public Works. And I talked with one of the commissioners at that time, and they said, it just didn't work when they would need a code enforcement person. The sheriff had them off doing something else. So, but anyway, one, I did want to say a couple of things, and I've talked to you about this before. One of the things that the code enforcement used to do is provide the commissioners a report on the cases that they're working and where they are, and there was a form set up for that, and they would send that to us on a monthly basis or weekly basis, whatever the case may be, and we need to get that moving forward. I want to be able to see what cases they're working on and how that's progressing regardless of where they are. And then the other thing is we need to be careful about utilizing our code enforcement officers to do traffic control. That's a job that should be relegated to the constables or sheriff's department. That's what they're trained for, and so we want to make sure we're not doing too much of that.
Yes, sir. That's correct, Commissioner. And I think temporarily we did use them on one of our county roads, Judge and Commissioners. We did have a heavy traffic. As a matter of fact, we had 2 accidents here in the past couple of months. And right now we're trying to finish up that project. And the only way we could protect not only our staff, but also the constituents that are out there driving is we requested for an assistance. And that's been done in the past, Judge and Commissioners, in the past 7 years, 8 years that I've been here. They've always,
No, I can
yes, sir.
Totally understand. There'll be some cases where you need to do that, and that's okay.
Yes, sir.
But we just, on a daily basis, we have to be careful about
Yes,
it.
sir. I agree.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Promise.
I'd like to hear from the constables that are here, the ones that have something to say.
Is it okay if I speak?
Sure.
Yes. Quickly.
All right. I am all for.
Quickly, system agenda item.
Yes, the constable. This. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm all for transferring the environmental to the constable's office. Number one, they would get the benefits that they so do deserve. When I was environmental, we've talked about this 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And it always comes down to the point of, we'll talk about it later, and nothing ever gets done. So with that being said, that's one of the problems that we do have is the environmental officers being utilized for things that they're not supposed to be utilized for. You can't have a civilian dictate how law enforcement runs, how law enforcement operates, because ultimately, when it comes down to it, who is held reliable? Who is held liable for if something goes wrong. And with that being said, we still would love for the environmental. I wasn't going to argue if one was going to go with Precinct 5, one was going to go with Precinct 1. I'd love to keep them together. But if, that's the only way to get them the benefits that they do deserve, then I'm all for it. So as far as that goes, I think it's something that needs to be done. And if it's not done, then maybe the Commissioner's Court, and I hate to say this, but take the law enforcement aspect out of it so then it's not an issue. Then they can, that's how the other counties handle it as far as civilian code enforcement instead of law enforcement environmental. Which it does, having them law enforcement is a whole lot better than having a civilian handling it, having to call an officer. Then an officer has to come off the street, and then the officer has to handle it. So I think it's perfect that they're law enforcement, but they need to be, they need to be under a law enforcement agency. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
And we heard a lot of this back and forth throughout the budget. So we have a motion and a second for discussion. All of those in favor say aye. Nobody. Anyone against?
No.
No. 4 noes, 1 aye, and the motion fails. Moving on to item 12, discuss and consider tax increment reinvestment zones and a countywide tax increment reinvestment zone policy for renewals and newly proposed TERS and all related matters. I I think we have some people that signed up to speak. Let me call you all up first. So Sarah Flores, would you like to begin speaking? Thank you. I think, Commissioner, you're going to be pulling this into executive?
I think Commissioner Pustu is going to take, do we have other TERS ones on here, right?
They're an executive.
Those aren't executive. No, I'm not.
Yes. You're not pulling this one in. This is the policy.
This is, yeah, I'm sorry. This is the policy. My bad.
Take it off executive?
I don't think so.
We'll allow you to speak first, yes.
I think so.
And then we'll do our...
Thank you, Commissioners, for having me on. I am happy to be here, and I'm really just glad to be representing as a recipient of the TERS number 3 reinvestment program. My name is Sarah Flores. I am a business owner in downtown Corpus Christi. For the past 4 years, we've had a food truck called Lowly's Streetery. And after many successful events in downtown Corpus Christi with our food truck, we decided to open a restaurant in our downtown Corpus Christi as well. We've been open about 3 weeks, and it's been incredible. We began this journey a year and a half ago when we were approached by DMD regarding a space that was at the base level of the Nueces Bayfront Hotel formerly. The owners are revitalizing the hotel itself, and we spent a year and a half renovating the space. The space itself is a 1,700 square foot spot. It was formerly a coffee shop. We tore down walls. We spent an amount in there making sure that it was readily available for our restaurant. I just want to express that without TERS, I'm not sure how this renovation process would have worked for us. I'm very grateful to the DMD for bringing us on board and walking through the process with us, because throughout this entire process, we have had the TERS program guiding us, and not just monetary value, but also throughout the process, we've had meetings with SBDC required by the TERS program. We've had meetings with the bill with development services guided by the program. So, like I said, this building was abandoned for about 7 years, since 2017. So it needed work in terms of plumbing, electrical, mechanical, everything that you can think of we had to do in order to get this building up and running. And we are very grateful for the opportunity. Like I said, we've been open about 4 weeks, and we have seen very positive results. And I am just very grateful for the opportunity. So I do encourage, and I would like to see a continued amount of businesses coming into downtown as part of the TERS program. I'm not sure that I saw anything like this before this program, so I am grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Hank Harrison.
Morning. Well, thank you all for letting us come up here and talk about this. Obviously, as we've been able to see bits and pieces today and all the time, you all have a very tough job. So I very much appreciate what you guys do. And talking about TERS, I think, is central to things that the county stands for. And I know that a bunch of us are here to talk about TERS, as we were last time, and we will be every time. It's because we know how valuable it is to have this kind of support. By the way, you're just going to have to forgive me. I speak from the heart. I speak straight, and I tend to bounce around. So sorry about that. But I want to speak to this is this 19-point proposal that I know it's going to be discussed at length. I think that it makes a lot of sense, and I think it's admirable that we are going to attempt to systemize and system build this thing. You know, we don't want this to just turn into some slush fund where everybody can grab whatever money they want to do whatever they want, wherever they want. But I do think that it's important to keep in mind, you know, that this is a neighborhood that we're talking about. Neighborhoods are different. You know, you go from one neighborhood to the next, it's different. And what this thing is, I think, is, I mean, I'm a negotiator and I'm a systems builder. You know, as a systems builder, I can appreciate building a system, and as a negotiator, I can really appreciate a lowball offer. Man, there's a lot of fluff in here. This is a bit of a lowball, but there is a lot here that we can work with, I think, that everybody wants to work with. I mean, I'm just looking here and I'm seeing about a half dozen or so items that are, you know, as my dad would have said, double duh. You know, we want to do this. I mean, these are things we should do to improve and reform the program. But I do think that there are some things that, like I said, we want to keep in mind that it is important we look at this from a neighborhood by neighborhood perspective. In this program as a whole, though, the tiers program, I think it's also fair to say that I know that this is not y'all's job, but Del Mar is probably going to match what y'all do. So whatever happens will be a double whammy to all of the tiers programs. And if we talk about downtown specifically, talk about the DMD, talk about all the other progress that we're making down there, this will hit downtown especially hard. And I do think that it's fair to argue, at least there's a strong argument to make, that that district downtown has the ability to bring in revenue, not just for itself, but when something happens there, it grows the entire city. All districts. For example, I'm in a band. I travel a lot. I play on the island all the time. We got property in Port Aransas. Had it not been for downtown, it's very likely that my band would not have been started in the first place. I think that downtown has a lot of culture to offer. So let's talk about, I think, the two main points. First thing is this rate cut rug pull. Dropping everything from 100% to 50% immediately is going to have a massive, massive impact on our ability to maintain momentum. It's kind of like pulling somebody out of quicksand. If they're halfway out, you don't let go. You keep pulling until they get out of the quicksand. The other issue here, I think, is the county courthouse. Y'all, it's been there for a long time. It's not our mess to clean up. Don't make Tiers 3 pay for it. Anyway, thank y'all very, very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Arlene Madrano.
Microwave hearing response system.
Arlene, I'm sorry.
Jay.
Sure.
Jay.
Judge, just a point of clarification real quick, or with their county attorney. So this is going to go into executive session. Right?
Location.
I was thinking she was
Location.
I misunderstood what she was saying. I thought she was pulling up the specific ones that were in executive session so they could speak. This is just a countywide policy. If you want to take it into, but I don't know anything legal on this.
Camera.
Okay.
Not this one.
Not the
Okay.
It was on there, no?
Oh,
Those aren't hers.
It is. They're talking about 3, but this item doesn't have anything. Well, it could potentially have something.
They're
to do
talking
with
about
3.
the policy because they're pointing out the 19 points is what.
So I guess my concern is I'm going to have some questions for Arlene.
Yes.
So I want to make sure that whether she speaks now or when we come back, there may be something that comes up in executive session that we may need to clarify if we don't take a vote before then. And I want to be able to pull her
Yes.
for reference. Will I be able to do that?
Yeah.
but I don't think the policy's on the. I'm sorry.
But TERS 3 is on.
Right, but
I guess that's my disconnect.
TERS 3 is London, or not? Sorry, TERS 3 is
Downtown.
This is the
Downtown.
countywide policy.
Production.
So that's not on executive.
Production.
I'm saying TERS 3 is on executive session.
This isn't TERS
Right,
3.
but-
This is
This is
countywide
our
policy.
policy.
No, she can
that we
talk
would-
about the overall
yes,
policy,
she can talk about
but if I
how
have
it
something
impacts
on
TERS
this
3
item.
because this is the policy that will
That's what I'm
impact
trying to clarify.
everything. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner, were you
She can talk about whatever she
contemplating pulling her into executive?
No.
Oh, okay.
If I have a question out here.
But can we pull this into executive session? Because
If you want to.
Is there a legal reason?
Yeah. I mean, if you want.
If there's a legal
I didn't put it on because I didn't see a legal reason.
Children.
Or there's just
If y'all want to, everybody has the right to. I mean, if you got legal questions.
no, let's proceed.
Yes,
These people have been
thank
waiting
you.
all morning.
Yeah.
Arlene,
Let
you've
them
been
talk.
here, you can defer your time, and I know the
talk.
commissioners want to hear
Okay.
from you anyway, so we'll allow both of
Okay.
you to speak. Just
Yeah.
please. Yes,
You.
yes.
Everybody can.
Good morning. My name is Freddie Rodriguez. I'm the owner
Police.
of Retro in downtown
Police.
Christi. And I just want to say that everything
Okay.
that the DMD has done to help me and other business owners in and throughout downtown has been absolutely positive and remarkable. And one example real quick is right when I was about to turn the corner and finish my project, I found out that I had a $50,000 fire sprinkler system that I had to do that wasn't prepared or budgeted for. So thankfully, the the City Council of Corpus Christi allowed funds to be dispersed to me ahead of time to allow me to finish my project. I mean, I'm already $2 million into this project, and now I get slapped for another $50,000. I mean, it was tough. But if it wasn't for the program that was in place, I don't think I would have been able to do it. I don't think I would have lasted 2.5 years where we are right now and created the jobs that we've created. Earlier today, this morning, Robert McDonald with the MPO, I wrote it down. He said, quote, "It costs a lot of money to build things," end quote, is what he said. And it stuck with me because it does. He's got $1 billion to play with earlier, is what he said. Well, I mean, I'm just a small business owner like Hank and some of these other folks in downtown. And if things things change dramatically, it may negatively impact the possibility of future developments from future business owners. I mean, you saw the screen earlier where all the developments and housing and all the projects, everybody's going to the south side and all these other areas. Look, downtown is the heart and soul of every major city. I live in Houston, Texas. I'm from Corpus, and every time I come back, it's the same thing. It's just stagnant in downtown. There's no energy, hardly any energy. But I think the city is turning the tide, and Hank mentioned it earlier, momentum. Mother Mo is she can be the lady that you don't want to mess with going against you, or the lady that you want to be on your side. That's Mother Mo. And I feel like downtown, through the DMV and their staff, have done a lot for us. And I really hope you guys consider those things. So I appreciate you guys. I mean, it's all about the numbers. I get it. But I don't know if you guys know who the 5 commissioners were 50 years ago or 100 years ago, but one day all of you guys are going to be gone and there's going to be a whole new set of people. And I would like for people to look back to today and around this time period to see all the good things that we did for those future generations. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Arlene, do you want to come up and speak? I know they may have questions for you afterwards once we get into discussion. If you want to just be here for discussion, or you're welcome to speak.
Yeah, I'll be here for discussion. Mm-hmm. We've spoken, and I've shared my thoughts on the policy. I didn't get a chance to speak with Commissioner Chesney, but I do have annotations for each of the 19 points. I'm sure you don't want me to go through them one by one, but there are some.
If you have them, go for it. No, that's fine.
Okay.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's public discussion. That's why you're here.
Okay, sure. Number 1, 5 to 10 percentage points less than the city of Corpus Christi, depending on total percentage. I'm not sure why the 5 to 10 specifically, if that's based on, it's like a formula, or what that is intended to make up for. You may already know that the city percentage, based on their tax rate, does contribute 51% of the TERS budget. Nueces County and Del Mar College, based on their respective tax rates, contribute 24 and 25%. Number 2, 1 10-year term on renewals. So like Hank said, when you're in the quicksand and you're halfway out, don't stop pulling. And so, many revitalization efforts require sustained funding for a long period of time. And so that is why these TERSs do have a standard 20-year renewal date. And so, as a reminder, to date, the downtown TERS has experienced an 89% increase in property value since 2008. And that is a feat only possible through the partnership of the 3 taxing entities in the past 17 years. At one point, the hospital district was in and CCISD was in, but legislation was passed allowing them to no longer contribute. So same with number 3, the 20-year max on new ones with 1 10-year renewal option.
Microwave hearing response
about
system.
Continuing with the timing. The vice chair of every TERS board, county rep picked by commissioners court. So Tax Code Chapter 311 is the governing document for all TERSs in the state of Texas, and it does provide statute on how officers of the TERS board are appointed. So I'm not sure how this would work out, seeing as the tax code dictates that process. Same with number 5 seats on the TERS board, county commissioner.
Venture.
County can put members of commissioners court
Venture.
at large, members for community who live within the TERS boundary. So the tax code does provide that there can be no more than 15 members, and the governing body that created the TERS can appoint 10 directors, and so that would be the City of Corpus Christi City Council. They have 9. They could have 10, and it does provide that taxing entities who pay into the TERS may appoint 1 member to the board. So I understand the concern here is perhaps feeling that voices aren't being heard, and I'm sorry for that. In my experience, just in the time that I've been, back working in municipal government in Corpus Christi, and then the time that I spent in municipal government before, I've never been to a meeting where anybody voiced a concern that was just simply disregarded. I've always felt and seen and witnessed a strong spirit of collaboration at TERS meetings. Anytime Commissioner Pusley brings up an issue, I know that the board does listen to him. That happened in July. He had an objection about an item in the budget, and they motioned to take it out, and the motion passed, and it was fine. And so, I get the sense that there is a sense of displeasure with voices being heard, but it has been my experience to see a strong spirit of collaboration at the TERS meetings between all the entities. On number 6, a specific list of what money can be spent on: no road or street repair, no city street cleanup, no security, etc. Yes to community quality of life projects. So these exclusions do eliminate essential infrastructure and safety investments that directly support revitalization and public engagement downtown. The TERS project and financing plan, which is of course adopted by the TERS board, it has 3 primary functions. 1, to support private sector development and investment. 2, to plan and construct public improvements. And 3, to provide revitalization-focused programs and services. Best practices for downtowns across the world are to be clean and safe. So in your commercial district where you have a lot of foot traffic, where you have in our downtown 20,000 employees, where you have over 1 million visitors per year, and that's visitors, not visits. And so you want to make sure at the very basis, at the very basic level, that the downtown is clean and safe. And so it would be, which is also the basis of quality of life. And so the idea of not having security is challenging. But one thing that I'm not the deciding voice here, but one thing that I would hope that everyone would be open to discussion for is if the county wanted to provide some of the security services to the downtown area, not just City of Corpus Christi Police Department. If you wanted it to be, your sheriffs or constables. So number 7, max participation by the county in new TERS. That doesn't apply to the downtown, thankfully, but it does say in new TERS going forward 50%, but always less percentage in the city. Number 8, renewing TERS would scale down to 50% in the same consistent manner as the one done for the island TERS. So that's kind of what got us here in the first place. Based on the action that the commissioners took in July, which was to match downtown TERS with the island TERS, and we are in year 17, and island is in year 4 of their renewal. So if we are pushed into their model today, year 17 for the island is at 50%. So we would have gone from 100 to 50% overnight, essentially. So just, and I know that's hopefully part of the discussion in your executive session today to sort of, reframe that to say, in the renewal, or perhaps, hopefully not as of today. So all areas in the TERS must be annexed. It doesn't apply to downtown. We are within city limits. Number 10, opt-out language if county money is spent against what the TERS was designated for. So there are a minimum of 5 layers of approval for any TERS project. Starting with the Texas Tax Code, Chapter 311.
Odd.
Breathing problems at 1250 Still Meadow Road. Call for engine 2.
Aye.
55.
Aye.
Breathing problems at 1250 Still Meadow Road. Zone 55.
Eat.
11:45.
Eat.
Copy.
One.
1.
Sign.
Sign.
You.
You.
Okay.
Okay.
If we got any info on the parties involved in the disturbance, can we put it out?
Shop.
Shop.
Copy. The actor's name is going to be Derek Ray McKinney. He is with his girlfriend Rachel Lynn Castro. The
Phone.
victim is going to be
Phone.
Alexandra McKinney. Still getting additional information. Copy.
Okay.
Okay.
Cast.
Cast.
Info.
Info.
Okay.
Okay.
Helo.
Helo.
The LLC tape was given to the property owner. You can close this out, a report. You can leave it as a follow-up for the last case. Original report. Copy. 1140, 1144.
Airport.
Airport.
I'm on the office.
0.
0.
Yeah, go ahead and be around for this 90 call, please. I'm still
Going.
Going.
Question.
Question.
Give up.
Eleven 22, show me on location. Copy 1122. Wait for the counter for you. That's all you say units. There's going to be traffic for disturbance at 11381 US 590 East. 1120.
1120.
We checked the area. There's only a vehicle on scene and the city belongs to one of the workers. Use control units cleared. No report.
Proceed. Night 8 to night 8, Christi call to ESD 307 at 1634 16th Street, 1634 16th Street, Unit B, going 15, Subject Air Street, 35 at 22.
Microwave hearing response system.
ESD 307 at 1634 16th Street. Everyone right at University Hospital, state minus 44.9. Proceed.
Moline.
Moline.
Force.
Force.
Him.
Him.
That's 1122 status.
Cats.
Cats.
Copy. All your front units present on traffic. Eleven 24 is not showing out at 2050 Free Street. Copy 1121.
Street.
Street.
Them.
M.